What's up, fight fans? Welcome to our MMA Junkie watch along for UFC 322. My name is Gorgeous George, and that's Goze chilling with me for the next, and you guys for the next 5 hours or so on a fantastic card, a deep card, one we've been pumped about since pretty much the minute they put it together. But for sure, it really ramped up this past week. Goze, how you feeling, my man? This is not one where we can complain about. We've been pretty antsy, man, for quite a while.
Yeah, zero complaints. You know, when they go into these big markets, it doesn't always guarantee you the greatest fights. You know, sometimes even fights fall off, but this one, it's been pretty good, man. And just breaking down all the things that can come from these matchups is just as fun as what's actually playing out in front of our eyes. But I think this is a good night for fights for tonight, but I think it's also going forward a night that we might be looking back on a lot and saying, this is the moment when this person took the next step or when this person really built their legacy.
Yep, and it's incumbent on the fighters to not only win, but to address that, kind of make a big deal out of your win, whether it's a post-fight interview, your social media, just your actions, connecting with the crowd in one way or another. I was thinking about it today, and the walkout song, I think, is just something that's undervalued for some.
Mm-hmm.
And because I always say people enter the arena, a lot of them are hardcore fans paying good money. It's expensive to go to the UFC, but there's a lot of first timers, and those first timers, who am I rooting for? Who are you betting on? Oh, he's from your country. I'm in. I mean, they need something, and sometimes it's the nickname, sometimes it's their presence, their charisma, sometimes it's the walkout song. So hopefully, a lot of fighters take advantage of this big stage at MSG.
Yeah, for sure. Great.
Now
Fight,
we'll go over some of the results that have transpired already because the early prelims are pretty much done, and we're going to start with the feature prelims here very soon. But it's important for us to get our picks in because we gamble here on this show, and not all the fights, but we at least tell you who we think is going to win, and then we tell you whether we think it's a good gamble or not, and whether we're doing it. So let's get the first fight out of the way, Goze, and then I'll go back and recap what's taken place because we want to make sure we give people enough time to make their final decisions.
Okay. Aaron Blanchfield, minus 300. Tracy Cortez, plus 2.
Well, that's not the next one, though, is it?
Isn't it? Oh,
no,
shit.
it's Malcolm, Wellmaker, and Ethan Ewing.
That's right. Hold on, let me find that. So some of these have not come through. And we might have to get the odds from somewhere else, George.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't have those here.
Best fight odds. I'm sorry, MGM, right?
Right.
Okay. I can help out in that regard. Let's see here. For UFC 322, Malcolm Wellmaker minus, according to BetMGM, minus 500.
Mm-hmm.
Ethan Ewing plus 360. So, what does that mean for the first timers? Most people use 100 kind of as a base, right? It doesn't mean you have to bet 100, but it's the easiest way to explain it. Some bet more, some bet less. But if you want Malcolm Wellmaker to win, the odds makers deem him the way better fighter. You have to bet 500 to win 100. You can go the other way and take Ethan Ewing, and you would put 100 to make 360. Mm-hmm. So, it's up to you. We know Wellmaker has been really, really a fantastic fighter so far, with shown a lot of promise. But do you want to risk 500 to win 100? That's the question. So I'm pretty sure Goze is going to agree with me that we're going to take Malcolm Wellmaker. For one, Ethan Ewing didn't even know he was fighting up until a few days ago.
Right.
And he is, and he's going up against a hot prospect. Now, the question is, would we bet on him? I don't know. I don't like those big bets like that. But yeah, Goze, give me Wellmaker for one as my win, my dub.
Yeah, give me Wellmaker as well. The one thing that does make his opponent a little dangerous is the fact that he's kind of got nothing to lose. So those guys are kind of risky, especially when you're giving up so much on the favorite. But Wellmaker's a good fighter, man, and he comes from a good camp. I feel like he's a guy that, despite the changes, would figure out how to make the adjustments and be okay here.
Yeah. I don't know too much about his camp, but he's homegrown out there in Augusta, Georgia. He seems tight with them and loyal with them, and he really believes in them as much as they believe in him. But like I say, he looks like he is fighting in slow motion.
Mm-hmm.
Very similar to Michael Morales. I'm going to say some of the same things about him later on. But I'm going to take Wellmaker. Now, what you can do to lower the odds is you can take Wellmaker and another favorite, and both would have to win, but then you wouldn't have to lay 500 to win 100. Now, remember, that could mean 5,000 to win 1,000 if you're a baller, 50 to win 10 if you're average Joe or Joe Schmo or whatever, or the 500 to win 100. You do the math. It's just ratios. But that's basically what it boils down to. Do you want to make $10? Okay, you got to put up 50. But if you think it's a slam dunk, the lock of the year, be my guest. You know, all you have to do is wait 10 minutes and your bank account's up $100, right? But should anything happen, you're minus 500 and you still got 8 fights left.
Then you got to play catch up. It's kind of a nightmare. But, you know, you could also play the props, right? You might get better odds that way.
Yeah, that's a good point. You can play the props, Wellmaker by KO, Wellmaker by sub, Wellmaker by decision. So now you're being a little bit more specific, and therefore you probably don't have to risk as much. But then, you know, I've seen wrestlers that have good grappling games take down fighters, and then they start ground and pounding, and then that's it. They never even got to the submission.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, guys, these are the most wackiest nights when it comes to betting. There's one phrase I hate hearing, and that's "Who do you like tonight?" when it comes to MMA, because being involved in MMA, I think they're expecting me to go 11-0, and no, man, it's just, you do not know what kind of camp they've had, how committed they've been to that fight camp, how good someone may be that you're not hearing much about. And then they wear 4-ounce gloves. All you got to do is get clipped and you could be out. So
fouls, eye pokes, all that stuff changes so many things.
Once it's in the history books, like one could look back and go, shit, why didn't I take Islam Makhachev the last 10 fights? I'd be undefeated. Well, you didn't know that until he basically started playing out his career the way he did. And you're like, oh, this guy's pretty money. But one maybe could do that. You almost could probably, one of the safest bets out there is probably like follow Khabib Nurmagomedov, see who his fighters are in camp, and just bet those guys on the money line. They don't lose often. So there you go. Maybe that's the best advice I can give you.
True. Yeah. They're another breed.
Yeah. So let's go over the results of some of the fights that took place before this fight gets started. How close are we, Goze, to Wellmaker? Not yet, right?
They haven't walked out yet.
Okay. So here are the results from earlier in the night. Matheus Camilo from Brazil defeated Vyacheslav Borshev. And it was a decision. These are lightweights. Camilo is out of the Extreme Couture family camp, gym. So we're happy for him. Balsinger Sursakarev, he defeated Eric Makhachev with a really sneaky right hook that I didn't even see at first. I just thought Makhachev fell and was going to get up. And yeah, it was pretty much a walk-off. So good for him. They traded nut shots prior to this happening, but the fight ended in round 3. And Sursakarev stays undefeated. He's now up to 11-0. Fatima Klein goes to 9-1. She defeated Angela Hill via unanimous decision. Hill drops to 18-16. Pat Sabatini defeated Chepe Mariscal. I had wanted Chepe to win that fight. Sabatini wins. He's now 21-5. Chepe Mariscal goes to 18-7, and I think an 8-fight win streak is ruined, if I'm not mistaken. Kyle Dawkins continues to stay hot after his comeback to the UFC. He's up to 17-4. He subbed GM3 Gerald Mearshart, who's now 37-21, and he's actually usually a submission machine himself, but he was on the receiving end here to Kyle Dawkins. And those 5 fights represent the early prelims.
So far, not so bad.
Yeah, but I was really bummed about Chepe Mariscal.
He had moments. Sabatini's face was pretty lumped up, some bad cuts. He just couldn't pull it out though.
Yeah. Okay, so let me do a little house cleaning here. We're going to be with you for these 4 fights that are called the featured prelims. And basically, since it's not the pay-per-view portion, we're watching along with you guys. Get it? UFC 322, watch along. We'll tell you what's happening because there are some people that they're at a wedding. They're at a not a graduation. They're probably at a wedding. They're at a birthday party. They're just somewhere they don't want to be, but their significant other made them go. So they got this little earpiece in and they're sneaking away and they're hearing, and we're telling them what's happening. Now, once we get to the pay-per-view, and we're not going to be saying that too much longer because remember in 2026, they're on Paramount Plus, CBS. It's $7.99 a month. Sure, you're paying to view. But you know what we mean. It's not that $80 pay-per-view that can sting some people. So once we get to those fights, we'll give you some good play-by-play and color commentary. So you'll know exactly what's happening every second of all those fights, including the 2 title fights.
Mm-hmm.
All we ask from y'all is, could you hit the like button? And could you not give me a hard time for asking you many times tonight to hit the like button? Because many people jump in. Even though you've been listening for the last 2 hours, some people may have jumped in, and for some people, it's like, yeah, man, all day I got you guys. Click, they'll do it. But sometimes you just kind of need to be reminded because we're all multitasking. Some people are watching Georgia and Texas. Some people are watching some of the other college football games that are happening, and like I say, some people are just distracted. They got their dogs or their kids in their lap eating a dinner. But yeah, hit the like button. It helps us out. It just kind of puts the broadcast, gives it a better presence on YouTube, and more people will see it, and it kind of helps us. So if you could do that, that'd be great. And if you like what you see, consider subscribing to the channel. We have 427,000 subscribers. We want to get to 500,000. I realize it'll take us a while, but still, little by little, every subscription helps, and it means a lot, and it's free. And I'm telling you, if you're an MMA fan, you're gonna love our channel.
Tons of content, tons of shows, the way we cover the sport. We're very proud of that. And first fight's getting closer here, so we'll have some action for you. I'm actually looking forward to this one.
Me too, man. Wellmaker's got a lot of promise, and make sure we sync up once the fight gets started.
Okay.
I do want to address one comment in the chat. I'm not offended, but I'm going to defend my guy. And you guys can say whatever we want. We'll try and get to as many as we can. And I don't mind you cutting and pasting and doing it again in case it's out of the feed. But official VOR says, get Mike Bond out of here. He asks the worst questions every press conference or interview. That guy acts like a fan, not a journalist. I don't see that, honestly. I really don't see it. I would just disagree. But I will tell you this, because I don't have time to dive into it, and I don't want to be Captain Saver, bro, but he's awesome. He's been nominated for Best Journalist a few times. And get this, at least 2 or 3 press conferences, he's gotten Dana to raise the bonuses for the fighters. Mm-hmm. In fact, I think Goze, he was responsible for UFC 300, right? When he just goes 300 for all of them, or I don't know what. And Dana White said, fuck it. And he did it. The fans went nuts. So, yeah, I disagree. You may not like every question, but he's done a lot at these press conferences that have benefited the fighters. I'm pretty sure Max Holloway will always buy Mike Bond a drink every time he sees him because he doubled up that night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Not everybody's cup of tea. I'm not going to pretend like I get along with everyone in the industry, but the guy works really hard and he does his homework. You're never going to catch him off guard or nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just whatever you heard Mike Bond say, file it, delete it, and go, all right, just because of you guys, I mean, because you're saying we sound pretty cool. All right, thank you. Appreciate it. But
give him another shot.
Delete it and just give him another shot. There you go. Give him another shot, and that's that. Now you've heard me defend him a little bit. The fighters really do like him. He gets great guests. he's committed, man. Dude hustles. I'm proud to be a great teammate. And look at some of the articles he writes pre and post fight relating to facts around the fighters. He's really, really, really good at stats. So hopefully we've convinced you. And if not, hey, no problem. But that's why I always tell people, can you just kind of whatever you remember, hit delete on that and start fresh. And then in a week, if you still don't like them, all right, what are we gonna do?
You want to know where I'm at on this?
Yeah.
I am at 358, 57, 56, 55.
Okay, I'm 15 seconds ahead, so I'll pause it.
All right. Early on, in this situation, you would think Wellmaker would just kind of take it to this kid, but I think he respects him. He's kind of seeing what he's got. Woo, he just landed a big right hand, a counter right that really really tested Ewing. I think he realizes what kind of a dogfight he's in.
What are you at now?
324, 23.
Okay, all right, we're right on. Right on. Okay, and yeah, this is the first round between Ewing and Wellmaker. Wellmaker in the red corner wearing the red on his gloves. Ewing out of the blue corner wearing blue on his gloves. Ewing also happens to be wearing blue tights. And hey, respect to that dude. Like I say, he took the fade on late, the fight or fade on late notice. See how it goes. These are featherweights, 145 pounds. I think this was a catch weight. Wellmaker's usually a bantam, right, Goze?
Yeah.
Keith Peterson is in the octagon. He looks lighter and lighter every time I see him. He's lost a lot of weight.
A lot of people don't know this about him, but he's also in a band. I think it's like a death metal band too.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's always smelling like cheap cigarettes, cheap booze and cigarettes.
He's got a fun personality.
That's what Dominic Cruz said, because Dominic Cruz has almost a vendetta, but he's got sour grapes over a stoppage. I think it was at the Cheeto Vera or one of those fights. He did not like a Cejudo, maybe. I don't think that one's been one that's been regarded as an unfair stoppage. I think Dominic's just being cruel to the guy. I'm pretty sure Keith Peterson doesn't care.
That check right, that Wellmaker. Ooh, nice elbow from elbow from Wellmaker. He keeps catching him coming in.
Oh, nice toss there by Ewing. Wow, Wellmaker might be able to get out of this. He is back up to his feet, but Ewing definitely trying to wrestle him down again. He's riding him as Wellmaker. They're both on the feet. Wellmaker does get to the fence, and they're like Ewing was going to drag him down again, and that didn't happen. Now they're face to face against the cage. Wellmaker's now pressing Ewing against the cage, and there's 120 left in round one.
Gained his respect, though, right?
Yeah, this kid's tough.
It's hard when you're a younger fighter. A little bit of blood. I don't know if that's off of Wellmaker or Ewing, but when you're a young kid and you have as much success as Wellmaker, it's hard not to get caught up in it a little bit, be a little bit cocky. But this dude got his respect for sure with that throw.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll tell you what, if I'm Dana White, I would thank this kid for taking it on late notice, and I think there should be another thank you for like actually representing and not just laying down. Like he's taking it to Wellmaker. He's testing him. If Wellmaker wins this fight, even if it goes to a decision, he's gonna learn a lot, get a lot of experience, and like this guy's not backing down. Now there's 25 seconds left in round one. He is the one bleeding, Goze. It looks like from the forehead on the left side. Wellmaker just kicked him in the body. I mentioned Cheeto Vera earlier, and this guy kind of looks like a Cheeto Vera a little bit with the beard.
Little. Got a big head, doesn't he?
The edgy Cheeto Vera. Minus the tats. A little bit, yeah.
I think I still give Wellmaker that round, but I think I give this kid a little bit of momentum. Question is, how much does he have in the tank, right?
Yeah, I'd like to know if he was already training for a fight or what's going on.
We out here.
Fresh
BetMGM been tripping.
Who?
BetMGM.
Oh. The world of gambling has been tripping in the last month.
Yeah, really.
Baseball, basketball, MMA. You know,
Football would break my heart.
Now that I think about it, the prop bets that have to do with just players, I could see a lot of trouble coming from that. Because let's say you're up 42-0 and the over-under on you throwing passes or completions is 20 and you have 19. You're not going to hurt your team, right? Mm-hmm. But, oh, hey, coach, I felt a twinge in my shoulder. It's the fourth quarter. Why don't we give Cody or whoever the backup is a chance to get some reps in? Let me go in this tent and see what's up. I might need to rest. I don't know, whatever. No one would ever know.
Yeah. Wellmaker just took a big head kick.
Yeah, he did. Round 2 underway.
I mean, honestly, he didn't have much time to prepare for this. He said it himself. He knew nothing about this kid before he got that call.
This kid looks like he just has heavy hands, Goze. Like he's a little clumsy, but he's got good skills. Like I like his hand position, but every time he's been throwing punches, it seems to affect Wellmaker.
He's taking it to him.
Mm-hmm. Ewing's got 20-9 in headshots. Wellmaker's got 17-1 in body shots, and I didn't get to the leg strikes in time. It looked like 2-1 in favor of Wellmaker. Okay, Wellmaker's now starting to find his respect. Oh, nice left hook by Wellmaker.
He's turning the tide a little bit here.
Yeah, he's slowing down Ewing. Oh, nice body shot by Wellmaker. That can usually do it. Ewing looks like he's trying to catch his breath a little bit. This might be around the time where a fighter who steps in on late notice might be feeling it a little bit in the lungs.
Mm-hmm. Malcolm can cover so much ground with his strikes. I really like the way, even his head movement, like you see that little rhythm that he's got going there. He can do things, man. Hopefully, who knows how far he can go in Atlanta. You know, it's very rare that we see, I'm not saying it's impossible, but that we see somebody dominant that's at kind of a small gym, you know?
Right. Yeah, Ilya Topuria recently moved, you know, right around the time he was winning the title. I think he disconnected from his gym. He didn't go to a big gym, but he has trained at ATT before, but he just relocated. And his coach was okay with it. It sometimes can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here comes Ewing. He's coming back. He had a nice combo with hands, and they followed it up with a leg kick.
Some
now
blood
he's going for a
coming
takedown.
Wellmaker's right eye.
You're right.
Came from that head kick.
Oh, nice hook there thrown by Wellmaker. Now he goes back to the body. Ewing unleashes a few that land, some miss. Nice right hand by Ewing. 145 left in round 2. Ewing leaves his feet to throw a big right hand. It misses. Wellmaker answers with a knee to the body. Oh, now Wellmaker landed a nice hook. Now spinning back kick. I thought it landed, but maybe it didn't because Ewing bounced off that fence so quick.
I think he landed some of it.
Good head movement by Ewing. He got out of the way of a jab, but he didn't get out of the way of that elbow or this body shot. Wellmaker looking strong here. Here are the what? Ooh, the odds are minus 180 Ewing, plus 140 Wellmaker. So the odds makers are saying Ewing won round 1, and he might be winning round 2, but I don't see that.
Oh, just as you said that, he threw like a 6-punch combo.
You sure did. Okay, I don't want to be mean, Goze, but there's times where Wellmaker's head looks like it's floating on his shoulders, like he has no neck. And trust me, I realize I don't have much of a neck either, but I'm gonna have to show it to you. Look like his head, look like one of those what do you call them? You know when you just put a head on someone
Oh,
else and they're dancing,
Photoshop.
something like that. Yeah,
Oh,
it's actually a
Wellmaker's getting
compliment to
caught.
his head movement.
Wellmaker's getting caught with some shots. It's weird. If you didn't know anything about this fight and they told you one guy's taking this on short notice, you'd have a problem trying to figure out who that guy is right now.
Well, Wellmaker's trying to close strong. He didn't fight the takedown, but he might get up quickly. And now Wellmaker lands a knee.
Ooh,
Sorry, Ewing landed the knee. Ewing lands a nice left hook, right hook. Sorry.
Spinning back elbow from Wellmaker, but that also caused him to take a good right hook from Ewing to end the round. I think that's a Ewing round.
His face is bloody, and it could be. Let me look at my live odds and see. Because I think it could be 1-1. But for them to make Wellmaker such a big dog with time left in round 2, you know, what were they thinking? I don't know.
Yeah.
Ewing minus 175. Wellmaker plus 115.
The problem is Ewing's taken Wellmaker's best shots. It hasn't really bothered him. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's worth throwing a little bit on there, I guess.
Oh, I'm gonna.
This is the part where if I say something, I distract him, and then he blames me and gets mad at me.
29 to win 31 on Wellmaker goes. I got to get out of here with a decision or Wellmaker finishes him.
It's been a good fight, man.
Round 3 is underway. Well, sorry. Ewing kind of looks like Darren Till a little with a beard.
I can't tell if it's because he got all that hair, but he just looks like he has a massive head.
I know.
Like a lion or something.
They're staying away from each other a little bit here. They cleaned up Wellmaker good. Face was bloody at the end of round 2. And lumped up. If the Wellmaker was going to go get his passport photo tomorrow, he might want to delay that.
A little bit of a headbutt there.
Yeah. Not intentional, though. Kick to the body by Wellmaker.
I think Wellmaker needs to get back to throwing some kicks. Everything's with his hands. Threat a takedown, something. But right now, Ewing's been able to guess what he's doing.
And by the way, Ewing's not going to tire. He looks like he still has gas. And he throws hard. All of his punches are really hard. I mean, he swings and almost leaves his feet every time. There you go. Wellmaker just needs to get the clean boxing, and he's snapping that jab, and that's working. But again, he doesn't know if it's 1-1. It could be 2-1 Ewing. Ewing's trying to take him down right now.
I think Ewing's got more juice. I think his cardio is better.
There's 3 minutes left here in round 3. And you can't even say, this reminds me of Bo Nickel and RDR, because Ewing's not far along like RDR was. RDR was a 2-division champion at one championship. And then he had won a few fights in the UFC before he even got to Bo Nickel.
Wellmaker's just been, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's just been too one-dimensional in this fight. If they are 1-1, he's got Ewing pressed up against the cage right now. He could do some work and maybe get out of here with the decision. Oof. Even if he wins, what's that?
What time do you have?
2:04, 03, 02.
Okay.
Even if he wins, Malcolm Wellmaker, it's kind of not a win, because people thought he would just absolutely destroy this guy.
And going back to our conversation of minus 500, how about that? What if you had 500 to win 100 right now? You thought it was easy money. This guy took the fight on late notice. Wellmaker's made it look easy. And all of a sudden, he'd be sweating because, to be fair, he hasn't lost yet. But it could be 1-1 with this round to decide it. I don't know. He might be down 2-0. All I know is he's in a fight. Wellmaker got Ewing down, but Ewing got up quickly.
It was lazy, though, right?
Yeah, not much behind it. And you're right. He does seem like the stronger fighter. Neither one's gassing. It's just one looks stronger. And just as I say that, Wellmaker lands a few punches.
Look at Ewing's attack, though. It's all behind that jab. It's the first thing that goes out. He gets Wellmaker to freeze, and then he hits him with the rest.
Geez, great head movement there by Ewing. Drawing in a jab, make it a miss, and then he returns fire. I like this kid. I'm going to remember this Ethan Ewing.
Mm-hmm.
He gets Wellmaker down. Oh, he's almost on top. No, he is on top. He was going to say he's almost in mount. He is taking the back, but Wellmaker gets up quick. It was a nice scramble there, guys. 20 seconds left. I don't know if that could be some sort of a difference maker. But if it was tied with 30 seconds left, Ewing's the one closing strong right now.
Talk about maximizing your opportunity, though.
Yeah, no doubt. They're just throwing hard these last 10 seconds. And they shake hands and hug, and there's a lot of respect there, man. So now when you tell me, hey, Ethan Ewing's fighting, I'm going to be pumped. I'm not saying a new star was made, but he just looks like he can hang. Like, we should be just as excited about him as that we have been about Malcolm Wellmaker.
Yeah. Actually look forward to maybe getting him on the show and talking to him.
I'd like that. Are you going to mention his big head to him?
I might. I have a big head, so I think I can get away with it. Like a short guy making fun of a short guy, or fat guy. I think I can get away with it.
Fresh melon juice in the chat says, are you going to talk about Cortez's head? I never noticed. Does she have a big head?
Damn.
I've never noticed
that. It ain't small, I guess. We could maybe say now I think about it.
Well, just looking at that picture right there that we have on the screen, it doesn't look that big.
Every time you say fresh melon juice, like on SBC or something, just cracks me up. There's so many names he could have went with.
Look at RoboCop's head right below. He's got a big, strong neck holding it up, though. And Erin Blanchfield, doesn't she just look like a mother of three shopping at Costco?
She's a badass, though. Huh?
She's a badass, yeah. Where's MMA George, says Ty Collier. I'm him, fool. Fresh melon juice. He says, in relation to her body, yes. Oh, boy. Now I got to go look it up. Where do I look? On Instagram, I guess.
Just don't act like you don't know where to go.
Tracy Cortez.
Go into your favorites.
You know what? Okay, she's beautiful, but I am not overwhelmed by her like other people. But she's really cool, grounded. Let's see here. I got to look at the full body. So I'm on Instagram. I'm on the second level where she's wearing a duster and she's got jeans and boots. I do not see a big head in relation to her body. I'd have to disagree with that one. I'll take a second look.
This cameraman ain't helping this kid out. He is zoomed in on that big dome.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at a few pics. I don't notice that. Mr. Melon Juice. Ewing got the call. What were the judges' scorecards? Did you happen to hear them?
I can't have the volume down.
We're so caught up on Cortez's head. I didn't hear him. Credit to the UFC for moving things along quickly. Let's see if Tapology can tell me. Ethan Ewing was not fighting as of Wednesday, I think is when I heard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now he's at Madison Square Garden. And he won. And he wasn't tired. He was the stronger of the two athletes in the cardio department.
It makes you wonder what a full camp Ethan Ewing looks like, right?
Yeah. For sure. Because that guy was going. What I liked, what was really, really fun of him was his pace.
Mm-hmm.
And he threw elbows, he wrestled, he kicked, he punched, he just didn't go away. Like, that's what makes Merab so exciting to watch. When Merab, goes to decision a lot, but still it's high-paced action. There's Merab's buddy, Aljamain Sterling, Joe Pfeiffer from Philly. So I see New York in the house, Philly in the house, Ecuador in the house. Who was that big fellow? Was that Conan Silveira?
No.
Probably some Latin Grammy artist, right?
He just said it too. Fuck. I don't remember. Pfeiffer, he's been working with Brady, right?
Yeah.
Sean Brady?
They do that podcast, Body Bags or something like that. Brady Bags. Look, if I'm a Yankees fan, I don't know that I wear the jacket tonight.
Why not?
You lost the last World. Didn't they get swept last year in the World Series against the Dodgers?
But they're still the Yankees.
Was it 4-1? I know, but I'm just saying, I'm sure he's got a lot of jackets. I would have just not wore that one. Not when the Dodgers have just gone back to back. They kicked your ass last year.
Maybe a Knicks jersey or something.
Maybe that, or just a jacket. Just a jacket. Aljo usually dresses well, but a Yankees jacket, I don't know. Right now, the Dodgers are the toast of the town, no matter what. Even if you're not a Dodgers fan, you have to give them the credit. It was an excellent series. Everyone watched it. It was compelling, and they've gone back to back. That's pretty special.
I'll say this, though. I get where people are fed up, but it's not so much the Dodgers. It's more their fans, I think. We can be a little out of control at times with some of the things that we say. We've been a little annoying. I'll give you that. But you got to remember, we've been getting shit on for years. Let us talk a little bit.
Dude, I still can't believe Malcolm Wellmaker just lost.
I know, right?
Yeah. How are the UNLV Rebels doing?
The game started at 4. Let's see.
Folks, if you could hit that like button, that would be tremendous. If you have any questions, now's the time, because as the show starts moving along, I don't look at the chat as much on YouTube. Questions, comments, whatever you want. We'll try and get to as many as all. Big shout out to Billy247. Helps us in policing the chat.
Mm-hmm. We are down 3 at halftime. It's 10-13.
Steve Cofield, the play-by-play for UNLV basketball and football, had a nice thing to say the other day. He really liked that reel that we did on spinning backlick.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He is, how can I put it? He's a big figurehead here in Las Vegas. If you're a fan of any Vegas sports, I mean, the guy's just got his finger on the pulse of everything.
Yeah, he's got a show called Cofield and Company. He's probably had it for like 20 years.
Adam Hill too, he puts in his work.
So he can basically talk pretty much about any sport. He's really, really an all-around sports guy. Very polished, and he landed that gig a few years ago, and now he calls the UNLV football games and the basketball games. So I'm very happy for him. He's also a colleague of ours through our days at SiriusXM. And I guess technically Vegas radio. We've just been around him for so many years. So what's the score, by the way, in that game?
13-10. You're talking about football, not basketball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a unanimous decision, and I'm trying to see what the scores were. Let's see if it was 1-1. Oh, no. Well, no, it was. Well, Wellmaker's going to kick himself. He didn't empty the tank. He was the more tired of the two, but he didn't empty the tank. But the judges' scorecards were 29-28, 29-28, and 30-27. So one judge gave all three to Ewing. Two judges had it 1-1. Well, I shouldn't assume that. I guess it could have been 2-0, and they gave Wellmaker the third, but I don't think Wellmaker won the third. Most of the media went 29-28 Ewing. Let's see what Danny Segura did. Our colleague at MMA Junkie doing the play-by-play. What did he say?
Danny's taken some heat for some of his judging lately.
Yeah. And you know what? The hashtag UFC 322, Ewing's getting a lot of props from people.
Deserves it. So do you have odds for the next one? Because I still don't have them.
Yeah. Let me hit refresh. We're going with, let's see, this is Cortez and Blanchfield. Holy cow. Aaron Blanchfield minus 350. Tracy Cortez plus 275. Cortez has a win over her, a controversial one on the regional scene. Cortez has not leaned into that at all. Blanchfield has obviously performed better of the two, but not by much in the UFC. Her only loss, I believe, was to Manon Fiore. And since then, she picked up a win. So this fight could have title implications, especially for Aaron Blanchfield, in my opinion. Because Fiore already got her shot. And if Valentina were to win, she hasn't faced Blanchfield yet. Now, if if Weili were to win, and it's a close one, who knows if they run it back or what. Tail of the tape, 26 years old for Aaron Blanchfield, 31 for Cortez, 5'5". Cortez stands tall, 5'4" for Aaron Blanchfield. 66 reach and 65.5 inch reach for Blanchfield and Cortez, respectively.
Who's your pick? Gotta get it in.
I'm going to take the dog. I always love betting on underdogs. It's more fun that way. Tracy Cortez for me.
You know what? I think I'm going to do the same.
Now, if you were to see someone point a pistol at my temple and they said, tell us who wins or we pull the trigger, then I probably would say Blanchfield.
If it stays on the feet, I think it's Cortez's fight. If they start to grapple, despite Tracy having a background in wrestling, I still think Blanchfield's made the better strides in that.
And we just saw minus 500 lose. So we should be open to anything right now.
Man, Aaron Blanchfield just, you'd never expect that she's a fighter. She just doesn't have that look.
Yeah, really. She should get one of those like 2-3 week tattoos or something. Put like a Grim Reaper on her neck. I don't know. But you're right. She just looks like back on Monday, she's a school teacher or something. Red Dela Cruz certainly don't look like no school teacher. Here we go. They nodded heads, but they didn't touch gloves. I guess it was just respect.
So many fights matter on this card, man. This is one of them.
They trade hooks. Cortez popping that left. Blanchfield just kind of like gauging distance right now. Lazy jabs. Right now they keep trading hands. They're in the center of the octagon. No one's landed anything flush. We would report it. The University of Georgia's up 14-3 over the University of Texas, if you're wondering. And if you're like, hell, George, at that point, you might as well give us other scores. Okay. USC Trojans defeated Iowa. I'm not going to beat the chest. We had to come back, man. They had us like 21-10.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Trojans scored the last 16 of the game. So they won 26-21, but they didn't cover the 6.5 spread. Now, that was a nice strike by Tracy Cortez. Blanchfield has not initiated anything even closely remote to a takedown or a clinch. They're just striking. That damn fresh melon juice has me looking at Cortez's head a lot.
Me too.
I'm still trying to gauge if he's got a point. I think
he might have a point.
There's some angles possibly, man, but it's not one of those that stands out. Not like Ethan Ewing. His stood out.
Both girls are in the pocket. They're throwing.
Mm-hmm. But Cortez seems to have the faster twitch. So when she throws, it's faster. It has more snap and more pop. Blanchfield looks like she's improving her techniques. She's landing a few, but it doesn't look like it's causing Cortez any concern.
If I had to guess, I think she's trying to make Tracy comfortable, and then she'll shoot here. We're about halfway through the fight, so now would be a good time to implement that because it's not going our way in the striking.
Oh, Cortez is landing some good punches. But, this is when their bodies are dry. This is also a good time to get a takedown, maybe advance your position, seek submissions. Pretty soon they're going to get sweaty, maybe bloody. I don't know. And at the same time, too, you want to leave yourself enough time so that if you do get a takedown, maybe you threaten a 10-8. Maybe you just dominate and, throw elbows. And now all of a sudden you're in Cortez's head in round 2 because you don't want to be down on the bottom. But yet here we are. And she hasn't even tried anything.
That's the problem.
She's eating punches, too. Are you at 202, 201, 2 minutes left here in round 1?
I'm at 156, 55, 54. Okay. If you're in Blanchfield, you don't want to give away a round, not in a 3-round fight.
Exactly.
So you got to at least attempt it.
And Cortez looks like she's growing in confidence.
Right.
Now, Cortez just initiated that clinch a little bit, like a Muay Thai clinch, but she let it go. I was going to say, no, let go of that, girl. You're at 135, 134, 133 left in round 1. You're on your way to winning round 1, and you're kind of dotting up her face a little bit. I could see Blanchfield getting an earful, unless that was the game plan, but I would fault no coach for saying, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. Now, if that was the game plan, that coach needs an earful because it's just not working.
Cortez just kind of faked the takedown. I was just about to say, what isn't at least Blanchfield kind of like change levels, fake it, like act like here it comes.
Mm-hmm.
She's getting lit up. This is reminding me a little bit of I know it's still early, folks, but it's reminding me a little bit of Bilal Muhammad and JDM. Cortez just landed a knee. She threw a nice 1-2 comfortably.
Blanchfield landed a nice overhand right, but there's just not much power on them. And she bleeding now?
And Cortez wanted a clinch, and Blanchfield was the one that kind of like snuck her way out of it. Well, this round's about to end. We're at 10 seconds left. It's going to be a Cortez round. I just don't see, folks, remember, Blanchfield could possibly fight for a title if she wins. She's
Mhm.
not fighting like she wants to claim that. There's that Natalia Silva out there making noise. You got to make sure you fight off her late surgeons.
Shout out to to Danny Segura and Farah Hanoun, who kicked off the night with the preview show. If you have fun watching us right now, we also do a preview show, and Farah Hanoun usually hosts it with somebody else from our staff. They did a great job of kind of setting all this up for us, and got good numbers. Good for them. So props to our colleagues.
I feel like a jackass because all this talk and I didn't even bet Cortez, and I swear I was going to. Actually, the odds aren't too bad on her right now. Minus 145, Blanchfield plus 100. That don't feel like a foolish bet to me.
No.
I give all the respect to Blanchfield, man. She's tough. That's why I'm shocked it's going the way it's going, but a lot of it has to do with bad fighter IQ, in my opinion. Cortez looks so comfortable too, Goze. She's sitting on her punches and just putting everything she's got into it. She's not throwing arm punches at all.
Aaron just lacks the explosion.
Damn, nice right hand by Cortez. Right on the chin. And she goes for the takedown, and she gets it. She's on Blanchfield's back, but Blanchfield is going to get up, although she got a nice hook in there. But there you go. Did she just make a mistake? Because Blanchfield turned into her, and she hasn't completed turning into her. So technically, Cortez has her back, but she's sliding off. She does have a body triangle. She does let it go, but now Blanchfield's on top.
This is bad fighter IQ.
Yeah.
I applaud her for being aggressive and having confidence, but she may have just introduced Erin Blanchfield, who I'm shocked didn't even think of this before, but she may have given her the route to victory here.
So now they're against the fence. At least she got back to her feet. And there's 338, 337, 336, 335 left in round two. Blanchfield's pressing her up against the cage. She's got her arms wrapped around her waist. Let's see if she tries to pull her down, drag her down, toss her. Cortez doesn't have an underhook in yet. Blanchfield maybe drops down for a single. We'll see. She's having fun just kind of stomping her feet and throwing some pitter-patter. But that's, I was giving Cortez round two up until this, and Blanchfield definitely hasn't done enough to win the round back.
There's some blood on Tracy Cortez's right eye. I can't tell if it's coming off of Erin Blanchfield. I think it is her eye, though.
Oh, man. Look, I remember when Leon Edwards took down Kamaru Usman in their second fight, and I was like, that's impressive, but is it necessary? Because you know what, Goze? At this level that these guys are at, guys and gals, top 10, both of them here, you want to win and also not sustain damage. You want to be healthy so that the next fight comes 3-4 months later. You make some money.
Did your picture just go out for a second?
It did. It zapped out and zapped back in. I'm at 215, 214, 213, 212. How about you?
207, 206, 205.
If you can give yours like a second or two pause, we'll be linked up. It's no worries if you don't, but if you do it real quick. So now they're free in the middle of the octagon. Now Blanchfield goes for a takedown, and she might get it because Cortez was so upright. She's on top. I still don't feel like she's won the round back, but a lot of Cortez's damage was early in the round. And remember, sometimes the judges don't retain everything either.
Yeah.
And so it's not going to take much for Blanchfield to possibly win back this round if she hasn't already started the process. And guess what? She's going for an arm triangle, but she hasn't cleared one of her legs, and Cortez seems to be defending okay.
But all of this is because Tracy Cortez engaged in the grappling when she really didn't need to.
Right. And this now may cost her the lead in round 2. And so they'll go into round 3, 1-1. Now, Cortez does look comfortable. She fought off that arm triangle pretty good, but she is still on the bottom. Now she's causing a scramble. Blanchfield's trying to take her back, but she's actually throwing more punches and got some ground and pound in. They're up against the cage with 47, 46, 45 seconds left in round 2.
A lot of blood coming out of that eye now.
Yeah, Cortez is bloodied up. Not too bad, but still enough that we noticed right away. Now Blanchfield tries to drag her down again, and she succeeds. And now Blanchfield is starting to be a little relentless here. I don't know if Cortez is tiring or what, but Blanchfield's really, really doing some stuff. But Cortez, to her credit, might wind up in top position here. I don't think she's getting choked out, is she?
Oh, yeah,
shit,
she is. She got
over.
finished.
Wow. Oh, Cortez is really, really going to regret that decision to initiate wrestling.
It was a rear naked choke. It was kind of odd because she was like falling off of her.
We couldn't see the choke. Yeah, and it looked like Tracy might even gain a top position. By the time the camera went to the other angle, she was already under her, and that was it. Wow. This one really took a turn.
It did, yeah. Erin Blanchfield gets revenge, gets the finish.
And I didn't make a play after all.
No, that's good, right?
Yeah. I lost Malcolm Wellmaker at plus 110 when it was 1-1 at the end of round 2. So I can't hate on that because he was minus 500 at the beginning of the fight. I got him at plus 110 in between fights. I lost $29 there. And I would have lost on Cortez because I was going to sneak one in, and I didn't.
It's really tough, man. Like, you have to kind of respect the fact that Tracy believes that she's made strides in that department, that she has the confidence in doing that. But really, the problem is Erin Blanchfield didn't even attempt a takedown up until that moment. And I don't know if she was being stubborn or it just didn't seem like it was even in her head to do it. She could have gone up 2 rounds and nothing on her, forced somebody whose striking's not that good to probably try and find a way to finish the fight that way. And as soon as she did that, man, it just changed. It's like all of a sudden that's all Erin Blanchfield wanted to do was grapple.
Right. It was almost like something just clicked.
She just went, oh yeah, I can.
Like she was under a spell, right? And then all of a sudden when boom, her head hit and she woke up, she was like, wait a minute, I'm a wrestler. And then from then on, all she wanted to do was wrestle. And that was the beginning of the end for Cortez. But prior to Cortez initiating it, for a round and a half, Erin Blanchfield was not interested in the ground. Not a judo toss, not a wrestling takedown, not a jiu-jitsu pull the guard move, nothing. Like zero ground. Not even like let's slow dance. Nothing, like not even close enough to say, hey, you know, like it was weird. I'm gonna turn up the volume on Rogan and see if he'll probably address that. We'll see what she says. And Cortez has a look where she's disappointed. I think she can build on that because she fought well up until mistake, I guess. She can build on that. Hey, I was hanging with one of the guys, and I made a big blunder in round 2. And now they're 1-1. Here we go. Let's see what Rogan says. How happy are you? You avenged the loss. That's 2 in a row, including the Rose fight. And you did it at MSG. So she'll be keeping an eye on Valentina, she says. She's got 4 finishes in the flyweight division. She got the choke in even without the hooks. And she says she didn't think she really had it, she's telling Joe.
Yeah. I
Wow.
think she could have maybe fought that off a little bit.
Me too. And so 7 finishes in the flyweight division for Jillian Robertson, 5 for Shevchenko. Blanchfield comes in at third with 4. I wish Rogan would have said, "Hey, why didn't you wrestle in round 1? And why did you even let it get to the point where she initiated it?" I think it would have been a great question, don't you?
Yeah. What the hell is going on in California? Now I'm getting this thing: seek higher ground. Officials issue flash flood in Malibu.
Oh, I know it's been raining a lot. Well, we have a lot of people in California, starting with our parents. How bad is it?
It looks bad from the videos and stuff.
Where are you seeing this?
It just popped up on one of my social media.
Hmm.
All right. Rodriguez and Kopylov. Rodriguez minus 200. Kopylov is plus 165.
Sorry, I got distracted there.
Want me to read it again?
Oh, 2 dead, 5-year-old missing. Southern California walloped by rain. Evacuations ordered in LA. All right, I'll read it in a second. Sorry. Yeah, start over. Are we doing odds on the next fight?
Yeah.
Okay. Who do we have?
So Rodriguez is minus 200. Kopylov is plus 165. I like Roman Kopylov. The problem is his strategy a lot of times is just to be tough. RoboCop can be destructive. I think he's going to have a little bit more of a game plan. I think I'm still going to go underdog, Georgia. Plus 165. I'm going to take Kopylov. You?
I'm on the other side, Goze. I'm taking Rodriguez. He
Right.
seems to be finally acknowledging that he wants to start showing off his amazing. He's got an amazing jiu-jitsu pedigree, and even though he's got heavy hands and he throws really hard and he's a monster compared to the other middleweights, it's that ground game really that put him on the map in combat sports before he drifted over to MMA. So I'm gonna go with Rodriguez, and I really love underdogs too, but he's not that big of a favorite. So yeah, I'll take RoboCop. Plus, that's a cool nickname.
It is. Did you watch all of them, or did you just give up after one?
No, I just watched one.
The other ones weren't that great.
That's what I heard. Fresh Melon Juice says a submission from Rodriguez would be sick. You know what? Nice tip. Let me see what the odds are on that. I might just do that.
Pavel's arms are always like that on his side.
Yeah.
Every picture he takes, it's so funny. You got to respect things Fresh Melon Juice says there in the chat, people. He is a spinning backclick alumni. He's one of the guys that we put the captain's armband every week. He's in there and he's makes good comments. We enjoy him.
Rodriguez is plus 120 by KO or submission. And just by submission, he's plus 450. So that's what I'm going to play.
Have you ever been inside Madison Square Garden? I know we've been outside of it.
I have not been inside, no.
I think I'd like to go one day. I'd love to. I probably want to see boxing more than MMA there. But even if it's like basketball or something, but I wouldn't want to see, like, let's say the Lakers, right? I wouldn't want to see the Lakers there. I would want to go and just be a Knick fan for the day.
Oh, I'll gladly go as a Laker fan. I think the experience would still be the same. I mean, unless like I was in with a bunch of Knicks fans in a suite, and they're not playing the Lakers. But yeah, sure, I'll join. But I could. I mean, if they were in town, I'd love to see the Lakers and wear some purple and gold. Look at how jacked Rodriguez is. Gregory Rodriguez. How does he make 185?
Oh, that's a big boy.
How did Poatan make 185? He's like 6'6".
Is he really?
Yeah. He towered over Izzy, and Izzy's 6'4". I mean, plus I took a picture next to him, so I could definitely tell. He's getting a little out of hand, though, by saying he'll wrestle or he'll do a submission match against Hamzat. I don't think that one would go well.
Yeah. That would
Can you beat him up? Yeah, there's a good chance. But his strength is your weakness, too. So it would be a compelling fight. But if you're just going to submission wrestle or submission grapple, ooh, I don't like your chances there. Hamzat is really, really good, man. Relentless.
Hamzat's striking is really bad when you think about the way Pereira's striking is. I'm not saying he shouldn't do it, but definitely don't try and prove a point. I mean, everything that Pereira throws is so pinpoint, and he uses his length well. Hamzat's very wild and throws a lot of hooks. You know, that straight right hand is going to hit you before that hook gets there.
Yeah. Kopylov is 34, by the way. Rodriguez is 33. 6'3" height for Rodriguez, 6 feet for Kopylov. I thought Kopylov was a little taller. They both have 75-inch reaches, and the leg reach is 43 for Rodriguez, 41 for Kopylov.
He's probably like 5'8" if he shaves his head.
Yeah, this is true.
When are you going to finally shave your head? I mean, it's practically there. I think it'll look good.
I don't know if I would keep it up and, you know.
Just get one of them buzzers or whatever.
Does it look that bad? I just got a haircut.
No, I don't think it looks bad. I'm just saying I think it actually looked pretty good. Like, since we're on the subject of heads, my head would look ridiculous shaved. And I don't even understand because we have the same parents, but your head's like rounder. I think it'd look way better shaved. I'd look like a toe, I think.
So you'll never shave yours?
I mean, I might not have a choice, but you have an option at least.
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it, but the good thing is
at the end of an SBC,
where I'm at, I could get there in 3 weeks or a month. So it's not like it's not like you're asking like Brian Ortega when he had to cut all his hair.
At the end of an SBC, just grab the clippers to end the new year or end this year. What did Kopylov's nose look like before all this? It just looks like somebody got a piece of meat and just slapped it on his face.
I don't know. Kopylov's nose, you said?
Yeah, look at his nose, dude. Like, you can't tell what it used to look like. Who's homeboy from WEC? Olaf. Olaf's nose was horrible.
Oh, Olaf Alonso, yeah. Jack Della Maddalena. Remember how Arlovsky was wearing his for a few years?
Yeah.
He finally got it fixed. Poor Arlovsky. That guy was a world champion. And towards the end, he was kind of like a 500 fighter. He didn't even have a good exit from the UFC.
Made a lot of money, though.
Active as hell. Made a lot of money. But I don't know that he ever got like the type of love that an OG gets. Like, for example, look at like an Anthony Smith. Arlovsky, won a title. Anthony Smith didn't, but Anthony Smith got himself a nice little send-off. So did the Korean Zombie.
Was that Mitzelplick over his shoulder? Did you see that, Coach?
No. There's Mark Goddard, one of the top refs in the game. And this is Vanessa Hansen. So it's her, Christy Blair, and I thought I saw Red De La Cruz early on.
You guys see Kopilov's coach, dude. I think he kind of like Mitzelplick.
So Rodriguez, yellow tights, blue corner, blue tape on his wrist. Kopylov, red corner, black trunks, red tape on his wrists. Or Kopylov has a mop on his head. Rodriguez doesn't. Kopilov's fighting out of the southpaw stance. His power hand's the left hand. Rodriguez orthodox. Let's see if Goze and I match up. Goze, I'm at 426, 425, 424, 423.
I'm at 418, 17, 16, 15.
Somehow, you always just sneak up a few seconds while we're pretty much watching the same fight. I wonder what happens.
Well, you had to pause at one point, so maybe.
No, I never paused.
Yeah, when we first started, remember?
Oh, yeah, but then after that, we were syncing up, and then you were 1 second ahead, then 2 seconds ahead. Now you're 3 seconds ahead of me. Great punch there by Rodriguez. I have nothing against. I'm not jealous of his hair. But when he did punch him, all of his hair moved so much that it probably looked like an even worse punch than it was. And those guys that have hair that flops, sometimes it can just look a lot worse, I think.
Mm-hmm. Remember when Joey Villaseñor just had that little piece right here? But he had to constantly go like this.
He could just braid it or something. It's not like he's got this incredible brand and that's his look. It's his logo, like. Oh, man. Rodriguez just threw a kick to the body. Kopylov did block it, but it still looked like a lot gets through, man.
Kopylov should do movies. He's got a great villain look.
.247, 246, 245 left in round one. Rodriguez lands a couple punches there. He looks so thicker than Kopylov. Every time they kind of collide, Kopylov always bounces off him a little.
Mm-hmm. I got him ahead so far, but it's really because Kopylov's just not really doing much.
Rodriguez just went in for a lazy single, and Kopylov fought it off. Fuck, now that I think about it, did I get my bet in, or did I get distracted again? Nope, I didn't get it in. Oh, yeah, I did.
Nice left.
10 to win 45 goes on the submission.
Rodriguez by submission?
Yeah, 10 to win 45. I got to give my Malcolm Wellmaker money back. Oh, good kick to the body by Rodriguez. Straight left. Sorry, right hand to the chest area of Kopylov. Rodriguez lands a punch to Kopilov's face. They're sparring right now. Nothing much going on. Might be better for Rodriguez. Oh, good kick to the body by Kopylov. Inside leg kick for Rodriguez.
Damn.
Rodriguez misses with a head kick.
If he would have landed that, people on the upper deck would have been taking hair out of their mouths.
Rodriguez looked like he got a piece of his body with that knee. Now he goes for the single, and Kopylov reverses it instead, trips him, kind of like a hip toss, lands on top. Now Rodriguez is on his back, but Kopylov, very smart. He removes himself from the equation. He's kicking Rodriguez's legs. Rodriguez inviting him into his guard. Mark Goddard standing over, probably figuring out, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to enter his guard, Kopylov? He just tried to punch, but Rodriguez used his legs wisely. Kopylov walks away. Oh, that was the end of the round. Okay. So Kopylov walked away, and then he walked back. I have the volume down, folks. So there you go. That's the end of round one. Kopylov, excuse me, had the momentum there towards the end of the round, but I still think Rodriguez won the round.
I think so too. Kopylov needs to do more.
See what the bookies are saying.
We got one more fight after this, and then we get to the main card. You're going to feel like we're already on the main card because these are decent matchups, good fights.
Rodriguez is minus 255. Kopylov plus 160. I think it's fair to say they think, and they agree with us, that Rodriguez won round one. Both still look like they're in good shape, ready to go. They're kind of showing us the all the banners there of the New York teams that occupy Madison Square Garden. Not too many Knick banners. I saw some Rangers, and I think the last time the Knicks won a title was in the 70s. They've been to a few finals.
It was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice left hand from Kopylov. Rodriguez answering back.
Ooh, Kopylov just threw him down. Now Rodriguez is attacking the leg. Kopylov is desperately trying to pull out. Rodriguez is definitely going for the leg lock there, trying to get to the heel. Twisting. Kopylov pushes off with his foot on Rodriguez's backside, and that allowed him to get out. Now Rodriguez is going for another single up against the fence. They're standing. He lets it go. There's 4 minutes left here in round two. Then Rodriguez throws a big overhand right. One to the head, one to the body. Neither of them caused too much damage, but they did land. Now he grabs a hold of the mop and throws a knee. Kopylov is out of that. He answers with a jab. Rodriguez throws a big right hand. It misses. Neither guy is lumped up or bleeding. 3:31, 3:30 left in round two. Everything Rodriguez wants to throw, it just looks like he's loading up. For one, he's real jacked, but it just looks like he just wants to throw, man. 10 out of 10 on every single punch. Ooh. Kopylov looks like he'd be happy with just scoring, touching.
There's
and
blood.
then every once in a while.
There's blood in Kopylov's eye right now. His right eye. Just can't tell where it's coming from.
Oklahoma 3, Alabama 0. Well, sorry, these are highlights. Oklahoma 10, Alabama 7. I don't know. This game might already be over. 228, 227 left in round two. It's always Rodriguez hunting Kopylov. Kopylov keeps circling around the cage, near the cage. Not with his back to the cage, but he's usually the one backing up, giving up little by little. And Rodriguez just throws and throws. Some of those are getting through, and now there's some damage on Kopylov's face.
I'm just not understanding really what Kopilov's strategy is here.
Yeah. Especially after watching the last fight. Well, mostly the Ewing fight, but Cortez was so active. And right here, it's the buffed guy, the one that looks like he could tire out of the two. He's the one that's pressing the action. He's the guy that came to fight. Kopylov is just kind of choosing spots, but he doesn't look like to have an intelligent game plan of any kind. Remember, he's going to want nothing to do with this fight hitting the ground. So basically, this is right down his alley. They've been basically kickboxing, punches and kicks. That's it. And yet of the two, it's Rodriguez that's doing more. Well, that was a nice left hook right hook, that Kopylov landed as Rodriguez was coming in, but Rodriguez ate it like a champ. Rodriguez caught one of his legs, pushed him, and then Kopylov caught one of his legs and then pushed him, and Rodriguez did a hold.
Nice right hand there from Robocop.
42, 41, 40 seconds left in round 2. Oh, nice knee up the middle from Robocop.
Now it's Kopilov's nose that looks like it's bleeding.
Yeah. Oh, nice head kick there by Kopylov. Like I say, he does throw some techniques pretty good, but he doesn't do it often, and he's kind of wild. It looks to me like if he were to really, really win fights and go on a roll, it'd have to be more of the type of with a lot of activity. Mm-hmm. He's holding his nose, though. It must be broke or something, because he was holding and tending to his nose as he was trying to find the corner stool. That round's over.
Might be a good thing, though. When do you officially Christmas music? And
it's already been playing in my car because of the station that it's on, and I didn't change it, so we're okay. But I do feel like it's too early. You?
I'm starting to be more okay with it now. I think before Halloween, you're a maniac. Maybe give it a week after Halloween or something. You could start talking about it.
Yeah, I suppose. I've seen a few houses with lights, and only for a moment did I say, gee, that's too soon. So I actually turned the corner. You know, you go onto the new street, you right away summons, what's going on? I saw lights. I go, well, that's a little too soon. And then as I drove, because I'm in the neighborhood, so I'm going slow, I drove by and I go, oh, that's nice, isn't it? So, yeah, it didn't bug me. It was only a moment.
I think Rodriguez is up two rounds of nothing here. You?
Let's see what the odds are. But yeah, I agree. Let's see if the odds confirm. These are the live odds. Rodriguez minus 1940. Holy cow. Now they're off the board. Something must have happened. Might just be momentarily. 424, 423, 422, 421, 420 left in round 3. Well, I don't know why they took him off, because everything looks the same to me.
Kopylov landed a nice left hand.
Nice left hook by Kopylov. Kind of wobbled Rodriguez, and then Rodriguez answered with a nice punch. They both acknowledged too, but neither guy got knocked down. Rodriguez goes in for the laziest singles, man. He just kind of goes, oh, there's a nice leg, and then just squeezes it.
Like if you're at a strip club and you're like, I wonder if she'd be okay with this.
Yeah. Like you would think he would take some of that momentum and either push them back onto their back or jerk the leg out or something.
I thought Kopylov would do more off of that left hook. I thought he
Yeah,
hurt
they're
him.
showing the replay there. It was right on the temple, it looked like. Like I say, he's not a volume puncher, and because he's not a very powerful puncher, I don't know how he's going to really make it. And, you know, I don't think he's going to be a top 5 fighter ever. He's just more of a card filler. Whereas Rodriguez, I do see potential in him, man. He's dropped some key fights himself, but Jesus, fight 224, 223. Kopylov will explode and throw like a 1-2, but that's it.
I actually thought one of these guys would get knocked out. I didn't think we'd go this far.
The only thing I can think of is maybe he's just content to not get knocked out. But he's not trying to win. He has to know he's down 2-0. He's not trying to win round 3. I don't think he's going to win round 3 at this point. He only has like one moment each round, maybe 2. Mm-hmm. It's frustrating because he's on the main card of the best fight card of the year. And he's not fighting a top 5 guy. He's fighting a probably top 10, top 12. But yet he's getting styled on. Rodriguez looks good.
His face doesn't have much wear and tear. Kopylov's hit him, but not really showing. Well, now there's a little bit of blood on Rodriguez's nose.
Just over a minute left here in round 3. Got Rodriguez winning the first two rounds. On his way to winning round 3. Still up for grabs, though. $40 seconds left in round 3. Let me turn up the volume just a little. The fans will start getting loud now. Kopylov gets blocked by RoboCop, but it had nice technique. 20 seconds left here. A little bit more activity from both guys. 10 seconds left. Kick to the body. Oh, nice kick to the head by Kopylov. Like I'm telling you. Oh, wow. Kopylov just did like a spinning elbow, spinning back fist, and it looked like it landed. And he had a nice head kick. His head kick is really nice, Kopylov, and not just from this fight. I've seen it in other fights.
Uh-huh.
But I'm telling you, he's like a football team that only runs like 4 or 5 plays.
That head kick looks like it's got a lot of power on it, and it's really fast. I'm surprised he doesn't throw it more.
I heard that. He may have come back to win round 3, but I still think he loses 29-28.
How is it still halftime in UNLV?
Folks, if you can hit the like button, that's the thumbs up here on YouTube. That would be great. We'd greatly appreciate it. And then while you're there, the subscribe button's in the nearby vicinity. Hit that as well. Then you'll get all of our content. The little bell tells you when we're on live. So that's always good for ceremonial weigh-ins, the official weigh-ins, press conferences, pre and post fight press conferences, spinning back click, which is our live show on Mondays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, where we unpack the biggest stories, the results from the previous week, and then start to look forward to the action coming up on that week. Again, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. This week, our colleagues joining us on the panel will be Danny Segura and Nolan King. We were going to have Mike Bond, but he was seemed like he wasn't getting love in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. He'll be flying back from New York to Toronto. Here we go. 30-27. 30-27. 29-28. Gregory Rodriguez, Roman Kopylov nods and claps for him. And that's sportsman of him to do it.
Nobody's going to talk to him?
It doesn't look like it. No. No Joe Rogan. No, I like it when the fighters turn around. Like, where's Joe Rogan? There's Matt Hughes, who's starting to look a little better and better from that horrible accident he had a few years ago. Hit by a train as he was sitting in his car. Corey Sandhagen, he's in the audience. Matt Hughes is a legend. I'll give him his. I think altogether he had 9 title defenses. 7 in the first run and then 2 in the second, something like that. Or was it 5 and 2 for a total of 7? I'll look it up. But he was up there. Nice shout out to the veterans here by the UFC. Sean Brady, Randy Brown, saying kind words to all the men and women that have served the armed forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, U.S. Coast Guard. Got to give some love to them as well. That's a nice gesture. It was earlier in the week. Our dad's a veteran, so I definitely celebrated him. He takes it in stride. It was such a long time ago, but still, he could very easily not be here, man, which means I wouldn't be here or Goze. But
I'd find a way.
Huh?
I'd find a way.
How in the hell would you be here if Dad died?
Life has a way of working out. I'd find my way.
Well, you wouldn't be you because you're half a dad, so you would have to depend on mom and somebody else. you, I don't know if you'd be you, to be honest. It's interesting. Our mom's from Peru, and she came with our grandma to the United States to visit an uncle, and that's when she met my dad. Very easily, had she not made that trip, she might have met some other dude. They might have had other kids. We might still be partly George and Goze. We might be different. We'd have traits from the other guy. I don't know. Maybe we would be here in some way, but it could be that we would have grown up in Peru and maybe not had access to the UFC. Although the UFC is getting pretty big in Peru, but I highly doubt it. I don't know.
He actually pulled a very gangster move on a buddy of his, which had he not done that, you're right, we might not be here. Want to get the pick in real quick?
Let's do it.
Bo Nickel minus 250. This is cut off. Adolfo Vieira plus 200, it seems like. Yeah, plus 200. I actually like the underdog again, George. What about you?
I like Vieira.
So we're on the same page?
Yeah, but I've been saying Vieira by sub for all week, so I'm going to do it. I liked RoboCop, and some jackass in the chat said by sub, and then that got in my head, and I just lost. RoboCop won, but by decision. So I really should be happy with the result. Instead, I just realized I lost that bet. So now I'm going to listen to myself. I like Vieira by submission. Maybe I should just take him to win. I don't know, but I'm going to take him by submission. Who was the jackass that said by sub? Was it Billy?
I don't know.
Adolfo Vieira by, you know what? I'm going to do by submission or decision. To be fair, Bo Nickel can grapple pretty good too.
Man, you're going to be eating peanut butter and jelly tomorrow. You got to hit one of these.
I know. Okay.
Do you know the move that Dad pulled that made it possible for us to be here tonight?
I think so. I don't know it in detail like you do, but please share.
Our father and mother were on a double date. However, they weren't dating each other. And our mom went on a date with a guy that our uncle had recommended.
Are you sure it was a double date? There was another
Yeah.
girl there too?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
And our dad was just getting along better with our mom. And so at the end of the night, he got her number. And the friend, he knew the friend was going to give her a call as soon as they got home. And he lived closer to home than our father did. So back then, there's no cell phone. So he said, instead of trying to get home first to make that call, I'm going to go to a payphone. And he went to a payphone, called mom, started talking to her, and the rest is history.
Yeah.
And that history is right before you right now.
Somebody in the crowd had asked Dana White, or no, it might have been the Valentina Shevchenko, but maybe the Dana White. Is the UFC going to go to Peru? You guys have been to Chile. You guys have been to Brazil. You guys have been to Argentina. You guys have been to Uruguay. And there's some Peruvian fighters now in the UFC and in MMA. Of course, Dana gave his typical answer, we're going everywhere. And then Valentina chimed in and said, well, I lived there for 8 years. I'd love to go back. I think she even answered the question in Spanish. But she says, I love all Latin America. I do want to fight in Latin America. But, yeah, she would love to fight in Peru. So that'd be cool. Would you go to that card, Goze?
It'd probably be in Lima, right? I would imagine.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to. I think that'd be cool.
I think it'd be fun.
But the problem is, I think I would want to like be there, like to watch it. I'd hate to go cover it and then just be in the back, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Billy247 said, don't forget about Space Force. You know, I don't know too much about it. I don't know how big it is. You're right. I probably should have said it, but.
Did Billy really say that?
Yeah. I when I think of Space Force, I just kind of think of NASA. Honestly. I don't know that we're in outer space defending the country. I just think NASA's exploring the universe on behalf of the country, but maybe I'm wrong. Fresh Melon Juice likes Bo Nickel by KO. I don't.
That's not too crazy. He's getting better, man. He's improving.
We had a nice chat with him the other day. You can hear it on the MMA Junkie podcast, available where you get all your podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, Apple, Google Podcasts. We chatted for about 10 minutes with him, Tracy Cortez and her big old head, and who else? Sean Brady. Sean Brady says he's covered 85% in tattoos. He says he's going to do everything on his body with the exception of his face.
We all got to have goals.
All right, here we go. Bo's always been really, really nice. Now, this Vieira guy comes from the submission grappling world. He's really, really good on the ground with jiu-jitsu. He was gassing tremendously in his early fights. In fact, he got submitted by Fluffy Hernandez a few years ago. Everyone was shocked by that. But that, I think, came from fatigue. I'm pretty sure even Fluffy would admit that if they just submission grappled, he'd lose. But since then, Vieira's kind of turned it around. His grappling's a lot better. Or sorry, his cardio's a lot better. So we'll see.
I don't like them fingers out that Bo has. Oh, shit.
Great takedown. Goes, you must be way ahead of me by like 8 seconds or something.
Really?
Yeah, you said oh shit by a lot. We'll figure that out later. Right now, Bo Nickel's on a rampage. 359. Oh my God, was that legal?
Yeah.
Oh, the other
I
knee's
don't
not.
think,
I couldn't see where the other knee was. Okay.
yeah, I don't think he knows that though. I think he was playing the game.
He got blasted to the head. Oh, now a big elbow by Bo Nickel. Like Vieira's in a lot of trouble against the fence right now. I got 339, 338, 337, 336 left in round one. Bo Nickel looks phenomenal right now. And now Vieira's turning things around. Now he's putting Bo Nickel up against the cage. Now the challenge will be, can he get him to the ground and then go to work with his excellent Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? But he's taking some good shots. He got slammed to hell, and then he got kneed in the head a couple times. And I think he took an elbow from Bo Nickel. Bo Nickel looked really, really good in the first 2 minutes of this fight. This is the last fight of the featured prelims before we get to the main card for UFC 322. That's the pay-per-view portion. Some of you may elect to not get it. Don't worry, we got you covered. We'll be your eyes and ears. I get asked this all the time, so I'll say it. No, we don't stream the fights. It's illegal. We would get in a lot of trouble. And trust me, I'm not some square. I'd love to do that. I've probably done it at some point in my life. Well, we can't. We're MMA Junkie for crying out loud. Bo Nickel trying to get a submission on Adolfo Vieira. A front choke, and he looked good for a second there, but Vieira got out of it. 2:25 left here in round one. Okay, hey, you better get out of this 3-point stance, Adolfo, because he got blasted in the knee, and it's legal now. You have to have a knee down. Nice elbow by Bo Nickel as they break off from the fence. 209, 208, 207 left in round one. Vieira with a couple kicks. Vieira's still showing a lot of life. He threw a couple kicks. He threw a 1-2. None of it really landed except for the kicks. He is bleeding, though, right on the side of the left eye.
I'm not feeling good about my pick right now.
Well, the thing with Nickel goes is, and he's been getting a lot of heat, is because in the RDR fight, it just looked like he broke and gave up. So if Vieira can push him to that limit, we'll see, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And Vieira's taken his best onslaught so far. Not to say that Bo Nickel's done with onslaughts, but at least the first onslaught. But Vieira's standing right in front of him right now.
That cut, man. I mean, it's in a good spot. It's outside of the eye.
John Anik just said this is his second camp with the Fighting Nerds. That camp's starting to grow a little bit.
Who was it the other day?
Myron Santos joined the Fighting Nerds.
Yeah.
I hope that's Art Davey in the red. Can you see him right there behind Vieira? No, it's not him. Kind of looks like he has an Art Davey look to him. That'd be nice. Yeah. Art Davey's the creator of the UFC. He's a friend of ours. And their anniversary just passed on November 12th, I believe. That's when UFC 1 took place, November 12th, 1993 in Broomfield, Colorado, or Denver, Colorado. So what's that now? 33 years in existence.
Do you remember on our way to Virginia, we landed like in Maryland or something like that, and we just kind of sat down at a food court and eating with them?
Mm-hmm.
That was one of my favorite conversations ever, having to do with MMA.
You remember it all?
Yeah, most of it.
Wow. I know we stopped in Baltimore on a few trips to Virginia, but I couldn't tell you one thing that was spoken about in that conversation.
I mean, I'm not giving away much, but kind of about Rickson Gracie and his role in the early UFCs and why he didn't fight. And
did he outprice himself? What was it? No, I know what it was because he sent a lot of this to us on the show. Wasn't it that Hoyt had more of the skinny guy look to him, and therefore it would help sell the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu brand more because the smaller guy can beat the bigger guy? And I know he's told some stories before where the guys were getting bigger, and I think Horian joked and said that we're going to bring Rickson because he was the more filled out fighter, the more filled out brother. So did it tie into that or something?
A little bit, yeah, a little bit more about what that conversation was like privately.
Yeah. And Hoist himself got interviewed after UFC 1 or 2. I can't remember. What makes you so good or something he was asked. He goes, well, that guy, he trains me and he's 10 times better than me.
Yeah, he
And
said,
there
"If
was
you
a
think
race
I'm
to the
good."
keyboard to find out, well, who the fuck is that guy?
He said, "If you think I'm good, you should see him."
Yeah. So Vieira, despite everything that happened, he's right there, man. Looks fresh. He just got kicked in the body though by Bo Nickel. Bo Nickel just swatted him a couple times and he kicked him in the body. Looks like he might have opened a cut again on Vieira. Nickel's looking solid, man, with his striking.
Mm-hmm. Definite improvements.
He switched stances and he threw a jab. Now he's back to southpaw. He's kind of slowed down Vieira a little bit. When the round first started, Vieira was like, what's up? Let's go. But Vieira, his world really is the ground game. He's got to find ways to get that fight to the ground.
I wonder if maybe some pressure came off of Bo Nickel not being on the main card.
Maybe.
He just seems more relaxed out there right now.
Overhand left for Nickel.
He got a 10 the way he handled the press conference and all the lead up to this fight. I think he did a tremendous job.
Striking's nice. Very straight his punches. Vieira's kind of slowed down. Vieira's just throwing like 1 or 2 punches. In fact, you can tell Vieira's gas tank's really dropping now. And Bo Nickel looks pretty fresh. Just that jab alone by Bo Nickel's a weapon. And he's landing it and he's blooding up Vieira even more. He slowed down Vieira. Vieira might as well just get away from leg kicks. Unless he really wants to put them together and kick that calf, it's not doing much. Because every time he does it, Nickel's throwing a punch right down the middle. Georgia's up 14-3 in the third quarter with 8:40 left, if you're wondering. I think the Lake Show was playing tonight, too.
UNLV's winning 2016.
Nice. Now they're up against the fence, and let's see if Vieira can do something with it. Oh, he almost got Bo Nickel on the ground. Bo Nickel had great balance.
It's his only shot in this fight, man. Nothing's going his way.
Hold his leg out as well again. Now they're facing each other face to face, and now they've broken up off the fence with 1:30 left in round 2. Oh, big left hand lands for Bo Nickel and a jab. Vieira's face definitely getting lumped up and bloody. Bo looks relaxed and comfortable, confident. Vieira's starting to really wind up everything he's throwing. He kind of looks a little desperate, to tell you the truth. Bo looks more calm, fluid, composed. He's already fought off a couple attempts by Vieira to get the fight on the ground. So it's basically going to be a kickboxing match unless Bo maybe decides to take him down. Oh, big left by Bo Nickel. Wow. Now he's hurt Vieira. Vieira's still on his 2 feet. Oh, he just slipped when throwing a head kick. Vieira didn't pounce on him, though. He's already back up to his feet. And there's 35 seconds left in round 2. That might have been a chance for Vieira to jump on him like a wet blanket or something. But I think, Vieira just timed the takedown, but Bo had a nice sprawl. And now Bo's attempting a front choke, or at least he's neutralizing the position. 15 seconds left. I don't think he's going to go for any choke at all. I think he just wanted to at least control him and make sure he didn't get in on a leg.
Yeah.
And now Bo Nickel manages to take his back, sneak in a knee, and that's the end of round 2. Solid performance from Bo Nickel. 2-0 Bo Nickel.
It's getting to the point though where you almost want Vieira to do something because it almost looks like a mismatch or something. He's just battering him.
Laura, is it raining? No, okay. We're only 4 hours away by car from Southern California, so we're supposed to get some of that rain that Goze mentioned earlier. If you guys can hit the like button, that would be great. We'd greatly appreciate it. We're in between round 2 and 3 of the featured prelim main event. Bo Nickel against Adolfo Vieira. Bo Nickel arguably up 2-0 in this fight. If he can get the finish, Goze, that would be really, really a nice bounce back after all he's been through.
He wants to get on that White House card too. I mean, right now he's looking like he's not taking any damage. This is like a great experience for him. 3 rounds, but you're right. A little bit of a finish, it goes a long way.
DX Unja in the chat says, roll, Tide, roll. I haven't seen what the Alabama score is. Let me take a peek. I know the next round's about to start.
You know, I don't hate Alabama fans. They're actually kind of cool.
Lakers up 90-72 on the road. And what's going on here with college football? Utah's beating Baylor. Washington's beating Purdue. Holy cow, 42-3. Florida and Ole Miss, they're tied up. 27-24, Ole Miss. Ohio State just skunking UCLA 27-0. Florida State up 24-7 over Virginia Tech. Missouri beating Mississippi State 21-10. Fuck, where's the Alabama score? That's what started all this. Who knows? Maybe this guy can tell us in the chat. Let's get back to this fight here. What did I miss, Goze?
Not a whole lot. A lot of the same.
Kickboxing sparring?
Pretty much. People are booing. 21-23, Oklahoma won.
All that to just find out. I thought Alabama won.
No.
You must not have known the score. Yeah, I don't like Rodolfo's fingers out there.
Mm-hmm.
Bro Nickel just
out too.
went for something. He let it go though. He did. It looked like he wanted to tackle Vieira, and then he just kind of let him go. Almost like Vieira was a quarterback and threw the ball, and Bo didn't want to get the penalty. I mean, think about it. I know the comparisons were Bo to Hamzat. Hamzat commits to the wrestling, though, Goze.
Mm-hmm.
He's not too concerned with the striking, and he's a world champ. You can't take that away from him. Oh, he got slept. Vieira's sleeping, folks. Bo Nickel just kicked him in the head. One shot and walked it off. Now he's on the side of the fence, sitting on the fence. Wow.
In Madison Square Garden, too.
Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're talking, man.
Bo trips me out because he's kind of been playing the nice guy card, which I do think he's a nice guy. But then he just climbed the fence and gave the middle finger to everyone.
That was a bit of a Leon Edwards, Kamaru Usman type kick. I mean, you just heard the thump with the slap, and he went down and out. He got turned off while he was on his feet. There was no question he was out.
Oh, good call. Yeah.
There was no protection at all on the side of the head. It all landed flush. Shin, top of the ankle.
This couldn't have gone better for him, right?
It was mostly foot, actually, not chin. And look, he's just out right now. Wow.
I wonder how much of this new generation sees Mike Brown and doesn't even know he was a badass at one point. They just know him as the coach.
There's a few people that probably don't remember the DC and all the successes he had, like the Strikeforce Grand Prix tournament that he won prior to coming over to the UFC when Strikeforce arguably had the better lineup of heavyweights. In fact, there might be people that are listening that are going, what's Strikeforce? Are you talking about Vic Mackey and the boys? Back in the day on the Shield? That was a Strikeforce team as well.
Yeah.
All right, Vieira's not even standing in the center of the octagon as they present the winner. I don't blame him. So this is 50 G's, right, Goze?
Gotta be.
That's as good as it gets.
If not, that's where you pour Gatorade over all the guys and just go, what the fuck was I supposed to do? Like, what else could I have done other than kill him?
He's checking in on Vieira right now. Good sportsman. Look, Vieira has that decorated submission grappling career, but if he doesn't have the wrestling to go with it, it's not going to go far. Joe Rogan saying, great fighters are defined by not just how great they are, but their rebounds from adversity. Bo Nichols says, hey, I've lost before since I was a kid. They always hit me hard, but I always come back. Actually, he only lost 3 times in college. And I'm pretty sure he was a 3-time state champion high school. Oh, come on. I don't like that. He says, I can't cuss, so frick you mother frickers. He goes, you booed me when I lost, and now you cheer for me for your win, so figure it out. You weren't in the same stadium, was he, Goze? No, right?
What do you mean?
He was in Miami when he lost to RDR. So for one, those are the ones that were booing him or maybe making fun of him. This is a whole new crowd that just wants to give you love, but instead you focus on the negative.
It's not to me, it's not the actual curse word. It's the intention behind it. You can make any word a bad word if your intention is that way. Like if you're just gonna say prick, just say the F word at that point.
So he's mad that they were cheering for him because when he lost, they booed him. That means he hung on to all that. You didn't let it go.
Maybe that's what he needed to get here. But yeah, I mean, at that point, you're never going to be happy. There's always going to be haters.
The only way we'd have a point is when he was sitting on the fence, he went like this, and he goes, hold on a second. Those were all the guys who were booing at me, back when I lost RDR. And now they're cheering for me. Come on, man. Like, to just lump everyone. Too many fighters do that. You're your own worst enemy. Enjoy it. Soak it up. People were high-fiving, fist bumping, toasting to you. And you focused on the negative ones. But one hell of a head kick. KO. It sucks, because we just had a really nice chat with him.
Yeah.
Honestly, and he kind of almost seemed to like not really be like all that, I guess.
All right, I gotta switch over here to the main card.
They showed Rafael dos Anjos and Johnny Walker, but they didn't get much pop. Both co-main participants are walking in. They're showing them to the tunnels of MSG. It looks like there's a little bit of a louder pop for Zhang Weili. So now we got to switch streams, guys?
Yep. To the pay-per-view.
Folks, maybe right now is a good time to tell you all to hit the like button if you could. We would really appreciate it. helps continue to gather the audience through the YouTube algorithm. It's a little thumbs up. You can either go thumbs up or thumbs down. Just hit the thumbs up. That's the like button. To the left of it is the subscribe button. Hey, you're already there.
Why not?
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. DC was the king of the eye pokes. I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I think Jones had more eye pokes. I just saw their second fight again yesterday. It was a really fun fight. DC was in incredible shape, and DC looked good through 2 rounds. And then the head kick landed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I finally saw that clip you were talking about.
The Super Bowl fool, that one. What happens if we win? We're going to the Super Bowl, fool.
I thought for those of you who are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it was Shannon Sharp and Daniel Cormier. But Cormier was talking about that knockout with John Jones, and he said they had to tell him 7 different times what happened. That they would tell him what happened. He'd go, "Oh man," and he'd go through it, and then like a couple minutes later, what happened? 7 times he said that happened.
Oh, so you saw the whole little 30-minute segment?
No, I saw from when you told me, and
Okay.
I just kept watching.
So I'll fill in a blank if you don't mind. So yeah, from the moment he walked down the steps, it was either Rogan or his coach that DC kept asking what happened or something. Probably a coach.
It was a coach.
It was 7 times, and the coach was even like, "What's wrong with this dude?" You know, like I've already told him 3 times he got knocked, or 7 times he got knocked out. So then they wanted to take him to the and he said every time when the coach would tell him, DC would break down and cry. And then he would clean himself up or whatever, and then he would ask the coach again, "So what happened?" He'd tell him, and once again he'd melt down and cry. DC admits to being a crier. I'm not clowning on him. That's how he told the story. Then they said, "Hey, you need to go to the hospital." And he goes, "I don't want to go to the hospital." And they go, "No, no." And then he insisted. They insisted. He said when they finally got him into the ambulance, I don't know if it was just in the stumble or what, and he finally I don't know if he bumped his head or just laid it on the gurney or what. He says at that moment, boom, he snapped out of it, and he says he remembered everything, what happened, where he was, and he wasn't asking that question anymore. But they were talking about how concussions are scary, maybe a little funny, at least at that moment when they were telling the stories, they were laughing. And so Shannon Sharp says in the AFC Championship when he was playing with Denver, he got his bell rung really bad. And he said for like 2 quarters, he couldn't remember anything. So he finally asked Rod Smith, he goes, "Hey man," he goes,
"How did we get back in this game?"
That lead? Oh, yeah, he goes, "How did we get the lead?" And he says, "We scored a touchdown. We've had that lead for a while now, you know." And then he tells him, "And what happens if we win?" And Rod Smith tells him, "Fool, we're going to the Super Bowl." It was so funny. DC was laughing, I was laughing, but fool, we're going to the Super Bowl. And he says there wasn't much time left, and all of a sudden, basically, he knew at that point they were going to the Super Bowl. But that's how out of it he was, that he didn't know what the game meant or how the score had flipped or nothing.
There's certain people that can suffer like some brain injuries that don't go away. And one of the sad parts about that is if there's a family member that's passed away, they won't remember that person's passed away. So they'll ask like, "Where's George at?" And then you got to go, "George passed away." And they'll relive that moment over and over as if it were the first time, nonstop. It's so sad, man.
Wow. Yeah, that would suck.
The same way DC was crying every single time that would happen. So luckily his came from a concussion, and you eventually the symptoms kind of go away for some people, not all. But yeah, now I want to go back and watch the whole thing because I was getting a kick out of the last parts.
It's just that the Super Bowl is such a big thing on our planet, in America, to sports fans, and for someone to just go, what happens if we win? But the other guy probably knew what was happening, but at least he threw that in there. Well, going to the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm thinking is he might not have known, because, oh, look, there's like a fight. Look over John Anik's shoulder, his left shoulder. I wonder if those are fighters fighting because there's a lot of security going that way.
Is Rogan talking yet?
Security. No, now he is. It's right behind his big head, though.
I see DC turned around.
Hopefully he says something.
Oh, yeah. DC's pointing it out.
We'll check social.
Yeah, it is. It is happening in the VIP area.
Oh, there's more.
Really?
Yeah.
How could you tell all this? I'm staring at the same thing you are.
I mean, I just saw him between Anik and Joe's shoulder. Somebody had just thrown another punch. There was a lot of security that went that way. But who are the, not troublemakers, but who would you suspect? And it wasn't Dylan Dennis in the crowd. I bet you it's Dylan
Johnny Walker. They showed RDA, Corey Sandhagen. Those were all calm dudes. Who else did they show?
I saw Dylan Dennis in one of the shots. I bet you he's
okay. He'd be in it. I imagine there's a lot of people from Islam's camp, but who would they be brawling with? Because they don't go looking for it, but they won't back down from it. But Dylan Dennis is definitely a prime suspect.
Joe Pyfer strikes me as a guy that wouldn't say.
I could see him getting into it.
Talk about this later.
Right. Nolan King from MMA Junkie, he posted, "What is happening?" So he's hip to it. Crazy brawl happening cage side, Ian Parker says. Well, come on, someone post the video.
Or at least tell us who's involved.
I like Ian Parker. They're showing MMA Junkie showing Bo Nickel leaving the arena or cage side area 5 minutes ago. So I'm just gonna click MMA Junkie because Mike Bond's on scene and he's really good at capturing those moments. Much to the dismay of a hater earlier in the watch along.
Well, maybe he could win him back.
Who thinks he's useless? That's right. If he wins them back, you got to take it all back. George St. Pierre greets Dylan Dennis cage side. But that was 26 minutes ago. I doubt that was anything. But yeah, Dylan Dennis is probably going to be involved, Goze. I agree. Let's hashtag it.
Hashtag what?
Hashtag UFC 322. Let's see what happens there. Someone's going to post it, and that person's going to get a lot of views. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Dylan Dennis involved in crowd ad brawl.
Oh, gee.
I'm going to retweet it. So let's see if I can describe it to you because it's about a 1 minute long video. And there is a lot of security. There's New York cops there goes. They're trying to break them up. I want to start from the beginning. I'll see if I can give you a play-by-play. It looks like one of the Pakistanis.
We're having problems hearing you, George.
Huh?
You got to talk into the mic.
Okay. It looked like one of the Dagestanis was being held initially. I see the UFC getting in there, the UFC security. Oh my God, there's a lot of cops in there. Security. I can't see the faces though. Okay, that Abubakar Nurmagomedov, I think is one of them. I think that's his name. But I know he's part of Habib's account. Hunter Campbell's now telling him, hey, get out of here or something. The fight's still going on with restraints mostly.
We can't hear you, George.
Now I see Dylan Dennis being restrained. He's got one of his shoes is off. And Dennis has blood on the top of his head. Oh no, sorry. It's just and I see another one of the Dagestanis. Or at least the Habib crew. So it had to probably done with him and them and Dennis. What it was mostly cops and security. Just a lot of them trying to pull off the fighters. But you can't really say it was 5-on-5 or nothing like that.
Man, that guy's a trouble magnet, huh?
Now there will be other what's that go?
He's a trouble magnet, isn't he?
Yeah,
When
I'm not so
doesn't he
sure
go
he
to
hates
events?
doing all this. I think he loves that attention. Let's see if Mike Bond caught any of this. No, he's not saying nothing. The problem, folks, is when you're at an arena and you're trying to upload video, oh my gosh, it takes forever because everyone's fighting for the same bandwidth, and it's a nightmare. Sometimes you just give up.
Mm-hmm.
But going hashtag UFC 322 helped a lot. So let me try it again and see if we see another better angle. It did look crazy. Oh, here we go. Dylan Dennis getting walked out of the arena. Okay, I see that. That's a 6-second video. The first video was the best so far. Oh, now I see one guy pounding the other guy's head. Who is that? Oh, that's Abubakar, I think. I think that's his name. And I only say that recently because I saw Ali or somebody posting pics. And he was giving some love to his guys, and I think that was him. I don't really know a lot of these guys. Because I think he said, look for a comeback or something like that. I think is what they said about him. He's, I think, one of the OGs of the group. Hunter doesn't look too happy with him, though, as he's kind of like pushing him away.
They're going to ban him from those.
Goes, imagine if this had happened with the president there, you know, like, I don't know if this was in that area or what, but this one kind of like spilled everywhere.
There's a leak in the roof at Allegiant Stadium.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Junkie. Go to Junkie goes, it's 2 minutes long.
Okay.
And it's a different angle. Here we go.
Pay-per-view, that nobody's walked out yet, people.
Oh, yeah, there's a better angle here. The punches being thrown. They are not hesitating to throw the punches. That's for sure.
Hey, George, move the mic in front of your mouth because when we literally cannot hear. All we hear is.
Say that again.
Move the mic closer to your. When you go off like this, we can't hear. We can't hear you.
Okay. Oh, the Junkie one's good. It looks like Mike Bond got out of his seat and he's really in it.
Yeah. It was like he's part of the fight.
And it was actually playing. You could hear that Vieira O'Reilly song by The Who. And now there's like a part 2, so they wouldn't let it go. See, when these fights happen and they can separate them, I think you just get kicked out and that's that. But when you really start, like, once the UFC's taking control and they separate them and all that, and then you go back at it again, yeah, you could possibly get banned, man. And I'm no, like, fireball. I actually like this, but I understand that there's a lot of families there, they just want to have a good time, not to be involved in this, because they were like jumping over chairs and flying around and with no regard for anybody else. But the junkie one's real good. In fact, now I see that Mike Vaughn, he really didn't like go too far out of his way. It almost happened right in front of him.
Seems like it. Hey, George, check the chat, okay?
Okay.
All right. Benoit Saint-Denis is in the cage. A very underrated Beneil Dariush is walking out now. But he's no spring chicken. He's got to make things happen now. He did not make weight. He's a guy that has never really had that problem. It was kind of strange. And if you look at his physique when he was on the scale, it didn't look like there was anywhere for it to come off of. He is now in the prep point. The first of 5 fights here on the main card. And I'm telling you guys, this card is stacked. It's a really, really good card. This one, man, I don't see going to the end. The question is, who are we going to take? We have Benoit Saint-Denis minus 220, Beneil Dariush plus 180. Oh, it's a nightmare to pick here. Who you got, George? Oh, you got to be joking.
No, I'm just kidding. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with Beneil. I think he's very experienced in big time fights. He's just fought like almost the whole roster, and he only loses to the better guys. I don't think Benoit Saint-Denis, he hasn't shown me yet that he's that guy. Like if he had beaten Dustin Poirier a few years ago, I'd probably go, ooh, but he just seems to I don't know. I mean, he's only 29, and whereas Beneil's like 36, so it could be that BSD's gonna enter that and maybe prove it tonight. But until he does, I'm gonna go with the veteran that doesn't seem to slow down. Granted, I didn't like Beneil having that struggle against Renato Moicano in his last fight, but he also hadn't fought in so long. I don't know. His grappling's good, his striking's good. Give me Beneil Dariush.
I'm gonna go Benoit Saint-Denis. I don't like what happened on the scale. That's very un-Benny-ish. So makes me a little nervous. I'm going to go the other way. But I'd say this. I think if Benny wins, it's by submission. If Benoit Saint-Denis wins, I think it's by KO. Man, this was a crazy brawl.
Did you check the junkie one?
Yeah. That's the only one I've seen the footage of. You think Mike Bond heard that guy didn't like him and was like, oh, yeah?
Yeah. What do you think of me now? He's saying.
Mm-hmm. He's going, hey, did you hear what Dylan Dennis said about you? I'm just waiting.
All right, folks. This is the first fight of the main card. We'll give you better specifics here with the play-by-play. They've already announced Benoit Saint-Denis fighting out of France. Beneil Dariush, he's in, I want to say Yorba Linda because that's where he lives, but it's easier if I say Los Angeles, California. That's the greater Los Angeles area. Beneil was the only fighter that didn't make weight. He missed it by 1 pound and 2 ounces, and elected to, I guess, not continue losing weight. So the body must have really shut down because this dude's as tough as it gets, man. It's almost a challenge for him. He almost craves the grind and the pain, and nobody's gonna really point at him or accuse him because he's been a pro for like 10, 12 years. I think this is technically the second time he has done it, but I don't know.
Second time?
Yeah. I think that was the second time he's done it. By the way, BSD looks in great shape. Let's see what happens here. They're underway. Goes, give me a clock from your end. Have you started yet, or where you at?
I have not.
All right, we have
I'm at Red Dela Cruz right now.
Oh, nice calf kick by Benoit. Oh, it's over. Wow, Benoit Saint Denis lands a nice left hook, and he knocked out Beneil Dariush. And
What the fuck?
Beneil's kind of questioning it a little bit. But yeah, and now he's on the fence. He's asking for the belt. Wow. You know, I don't know if Herb got in there a little bit, but it's the way he spilled onto the ground. Herb just kind of stopped it.
I think it was a good stoppage. I just got to watch it live.
Early. What?
I think it was a good stoppage. I just got to watch it live right now. And I think he went face first and he wasn't really reacting much.
Yeah, and I was going to tell Goze, I was going to tell you, let me just get past this little sequence because it had so much action early, and then I was going to, wait for you to tell me yours started, and then start the process of evening out. All that happened so quick,
What a nightmare weekend for Beneil Dariush.
The fight in the crowd took longer than this one.
Yeah. And he landed, I think it was 2 great kicks, 2 great calf kicks.
Yeah, the first calf kick by Beneil just spun. Well, maybe not necessarily spun, but he throws a knee, and then boom, he gets hit right on the ear. He goes down, and he does have a follow-up punch. Yeah, Beneil can't question this. Herb got there. It's the way he went down, straight head first. Then he takes a punch. He just beat Herb to Beneil. He snuck in one more. But then Beneil gets up so quick and complains that anyone would think, oh, it's too soon. He's getting up. He's okay. But it's the body language. He does take that punch right there. It looks like it lands. Yeah. Wow. Dude, that's up there with one of the fastest finishes ever. I don't think it beats Masvidal's 5 seconds, but.
No. It's right on the button. Dana told Benoit Saint Denis, he did this, like, talk. I don't know if that means, like, we'll talk or.
No idea, man. I feel bad for Benny. Goes, like you said, just a bad weekend with the weight cut miss, and then this quick result and the loss. Obviously, the loss stings no matter what. Wow. Benoit, sorry, Benny's a good sport. Let me hear what Joe Rogan says. You couldn't have asked for a result as spectacular. 16 seconds, by the way, guys. It's Veterans Week. I want to thank all veterans. He says, I want to thank the UFC for giving places to former special forces that lost limbs and stuff like that. I guess there's maybe veterans there goes in the arena. I'm privileged to fight in the United States. France and USA are allies, and he's given love. For those that don't know, he's also in the military in France. 2 things I have on my mind. I want to get the belt. You want a straight shot? Or you want someone else? Whatever the UFC tells me to do. But his preference is the title. He should have had a name, right? Right, Goze?
I think so, yeah.
Give me the Sarukian Hooker winner, or although Sarukian might just automatically be next if he wins.
Good. I mean, fuck, good performance, dude.
Yeah.
You can't really say much.
He could fight next week if Sarukian or Hooker can't go.
Right?
It was so fast that Goze and I couldn't even coordinate to link up.
I don't think we've ever, when we're trying to figure out the times, I don't think you've ever been more than like 15 seconds ahead. So all that had to happen within 15 seconds.
Robbie Lawler. Cam Scatabo from the Giants got some love. He's out for the year. I don't know if you know that. From Arizona State. Dustin Poirier. He got some good pop over Robbie Lawler. Well, maybe that street fight makes up for this one being so quick.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I love Benny, man. He's such a good person. He has a good heart. He loves his family. He is respectful towards everyone. He donates his time to orphanages in Haiti. Like, he really is a good person. When, like, the day he leaves, he'll probably leave after me. Like, you can just feel like he will have made like an impact, you know?
Yeah.
Like, think about it. He opened that gym. He teaches kids how to defend themselves. So they're going to remember him for that. And obviously the work he's done in Haiti and then helping build the lightweight division. I'm not saying he's done or anything, but it's really going to start to be tough to start bouncing back from a loss like this one, because now he's going to get a top 12 guy, a top 15 guy, you know, like it.
You want to get this next pick in?
Yeah.
So we got Carlos Prates. He is minus 160. Leon Edwards is plus 135. I like Prates, George. I've liked him this whole week. Minus 160.
I'm going to go with Prates too. I always gravitate towards the underdogs. I say that all the time. But I will say this. If Ian Gary can get him down, I know Leon Edwards can. And if Leon Edwards is smart and he does watch for a fight that could be maybe boring because Edwards chooses not to strike with Prates. If he can't get him down, if Prates has been working on it, or he can't get him down, Prates will knock him out.
You can see that.
They can't. I don't think they'll go the distance. Shit, I got to catch up, man. I never even made the Dariush bet, which is a good thing. I'm going to parlay Prates to the under 2.5 rounds.
Parlay Prates to the under. Really?
Yeah, I think he'll
win a decision.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm down $93. All because of that stupid Rodriguez bet. Well, all I really wanted was the guy to win. Instead, I got talked into a submission. So, what would it take for me to win $93? My lucky number is 26. I'm going to do 26 to win 67. That'll put a dent into it. And if that hits, I'm going to go on the Fighting Word Nerds website and buy a pair of glasses. Or does Ken Hathaway have enough that he can give me one?
I think he probably has one.
Okay, I'd love to get a pair.
I mean, you could just make them.
I know, but you know, I feel like we're in the game, we're in the circle, so it's close. I feel close enough that I could just get the real thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Steel C6 in the chat. I'm with you. I thought Dariush was going to win too. Lewis and Pi. When is Islam and JDM fighting? If I had to guess,
an hour and a half from now.
About 8:30 to be safe, because look how fast this fight went. So 8:30 p.m. Pacific, 11:30 p.m. Eastern. I think that's what time they'll be starting that fight. Could be later if these next few fights drag on, or it could be sooner if they're as quick as this one. Who knows?
To be fair, whoever, I can't remember the name you said that made that first comment about Benny. If they fought 10 times, they would look completely different. You know, every fight, I think. He just caught him, man. Benoit Sandin, he just caught him. Props to him, though.
This is a funny joke, Goze. When we were trying to figure out what the fight was, DX Unja in the chat says, is it ICE arresting someone? Oh, that was a good one. Okay. I have a sense of humor. I know a lot of people that could probably fall under that description of someone that could get abducted. So I'm laughing along here. But I'm not too happy with some of the ones that ICE attempts to do. I'm back on hashtag UFC 322 just to see if there's any more angles. But I think we got it pretty good from MMA Junkie. If you go to MMA Junkie's Twitter, at MMA Junkie, we got good footage of that fight in the crowd. I don't know who Janice was with, Goze, but it looks like he got stomped.
Whoever he was with had to have known something like this was going to happen at some point. Even if Dennis was a choir boy the whole night, he's just burned so many bridges that you have to imagine with that many people around, somebody's going to say something. Cash a receipt. I think the UFC will ban him.
I don't know what's going to happen, but
UNLV is tied 23-23 with Utah State with 1 minute 32 seconds left.
You know, I just think a lot of it had to do with the way Benil went his head first. I think that's why Herb didn't even hesitate.
He did him a favor. It would have been a lot worse.
Probably, yeah. He might have even woken up from that follow-up shot. That's why the fighters get up and go, hey, what the hell? I'm still here. When in reality, they're not. Now they're showing a fight in the crowd. Is this the same one? No, I think it's the same one. It's just from, yeah, it's the same one.
Who the fuck is lighting so many fireworks? Is that my first old man comment?
You're hearing it outside?
Yeah, you don't hear that?
No.
Remember like the first night in Afghanistan? I think it's worse.
Oh my God. That's a whole other world you're talking about. Oh man.
Yeah, but at least over there was like every, I don't know, 2 minutes, right? Like right now, it hasn't stopped since I told you that. Oh my God.
Okay, 34 years of age for Leon Edwards, 32 for Carlos Prates, 6'2 for Edwards. He stands 6'1 for Prates. Edwards weighed in at 170, Prates 169.5. And here's the reach goes. Prates 78 inches, Edwards 74. By 4 inches, the less taller guy. He just has longer limbs. I wonder if the guys were just escorted to the back, maybe back to Islam's locker room, or if they're just out of the arena altogether.
I think they got to be out of the arena. At that point, I think, especially where it was at,
What do you think Khabib says about all this?
I think he probably says, "Hey, look, defend yourself." If somebody's getting in your face or disrespecting you.
But all that commotion, like wait till have you seen it all? Have you seen these guys climbing over chairs just to get to this guy, like rabid wolves? Like, if he's in front of you, sure, but I don't know, man. I don't know if that's a good look for the team either, because Khabib, devout Muslim, praise, I mean, granted, I know what he did in 2018, but we've all grown up since then, He's now the coach. So the dad always looked like such a peaceful man. And I think Khabib probably takes that role now. Okay, this fight's about to start. Goze and I will sync up. 28-10. Georgia's beating Texas, by the way. No nonsense, Keith Peterson. This is his final assignment of the night. Vanessa Hansen kicking things off for us. Leon Edwards and Carlos Prates do not touch gloves. Have you started yet, Goze?
No, Keith Peterson's. Now I'm seeing Vanessa Hansen.
Okay, I'm just going to pause it now. And you tell me when you get to 4:53 and then count it down from there.
Now. 52,
You're at 4:53?
51.
Got
50,
it. Okay,
49.
we're good. All right, here we go. Both guys, southpaw stance. Yeah, Prates has long legs, long limbs.
I think what he's doing right now, getting off quick, that those types of things I think bother Leon Edwards.
Yeah.
You can't let him settle in. Leon's kind of a slow starter.
Yeah. Now Leon could shut a lot of people up if he wins, because he's been getting the raw end for a couple of years now.
Yeah.
There's one website that tells me the leg length, but look at Prates not only has the reach, he just has longer legs than Leon, and Leon's tall. Let's see if Leon can wrestle here, Goze.
He got
Kamaru down. Go ahead.
This time that you talked about him kind of getting the raw end, kind of slowly, Fabian has become a bigger name, I think.
I'd agree. Is PFL only going to have that card in Africa and that's it? Did they already wind down their year? That's the one in Lyon, France with Collins versus Cyborg, and I think Fajeda versus someone. I forget who.
We just got something in the mail this morning about that. I gotta look.
So no Francis, no.
I don't know.
The return of Eblin. I mean,
we were always used to Thanksgiving time being like a big PFL weekend.
So Edwards is still pressing Prates up against the fence, and there's 233, 232, 231, 230 left. He pressed them up against so long, even Prates was looking at Keith Peterson as if to say, what's what? Finally, Peterson split them up, and they're back in the center of the octagon. Prates should utilize those front kicks, man. He's got really long legs.
Mm-hmm.
Just straight to the stomach, to the sternum. Oh, nice knee by Prates.
Kind of called it.
Overhand left by Prates lands. Edwards comes back with a kick of his own. Prates throws a kick, but now Edwards gets a takedown.
It's a nice one too,
by the way. And now he's got his back. He's got one hook in. Oh no, okay. Keith Peterson was admonishing Pratis, I think, for holding the fence. He got in there so quick. I thought, holy shit, is he stopping this? So Leon Edwards has one hook in. It's going to be hard to get the second hook in because they're up against the fence. So the fence is kind of protecting Pratis. I take it back. I got the second hook in. He's on top of him, but Pratis is on his feet. Almost like Charles Oliveira and Michael Chandler last year in the same arena. And now Edwards is trying to get in underneath the chin, but Pratis is defending the arm that's going to choke unless he switches.
That takedown was really nice, though. A lot of explosion from Leon Edwards. Like, we haven't seen it in a while from him.
I agree. It was really, really nice the way he finished it. And now Pratis is fighting the one arm. Edwards is using the other hand to pitter-patter. Pratis is making a face like, really? Is that all you got? Almost like a dad laughing at a little kid. But Pratis is doing nothing. He's just holding up Leon Edwards. Now, I don't know how long Leon's going to ride him here, but we're at 35 seconds left here in round one. He's still on top. He manages to shake him off, but Edwards stays on top. Goes maybe with some elbows and some strikes, he could really finish this round strong.
I think that's what he should do. Oh, they're holding the fence there.
Pratis is really, really holding on to that fence.
Right
really
there.
Egregiously.
He's
trying to get under the chin. Can he get it? Pratis is defending. Can he get it? Pratis is defending. No, he doesn't have it. There's 6 seconds. I think it's going to be okay. It was kind of sloppy on both ends, honestly, the choke and the defense.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking to each other, but they laugh it off. Okay, no big deal. But I like that Edwards got to his wrestling a lot sooner than, remember, Blanchfield, although it worked out for Blanchfield.
Pratis has got to be more wary of that takedown now. Leon did a good job of putting that in his head, and it wasn't one of those just to do it. Like, he was able to kind of win the round off of it, I think.
Goes, here's the thing. Where's all this been for Leon Edwards the last few fights? This is the type of fights that we want from him, this type of activity, this type of tenacity.
Exactly. I thought he looked really nice in round one. Very explosive on that takedown, and it's almost like he just woke up.
Folks, if you could hit the like button, we would greatly appreciate it. It's the thumbs up that you see right here on YouTube. And also consider subscribing. It's a great channel. It's free. You just subscribe. We'll handle the rest. Round two has started. They're in the center of the octagon. Pratis definitely weary now of what Edwards can do if he chooses to wrestle. Let's see what kind of scores come in from the MMA media. They usually flash 3 or 4 of them, and it usually starts right around now or about a minute in.
Pratis is not using that reach at all.
Great kick by Pratis to the leg, but Leon came over the top with a big left. Here's one, Sean Sheehan, who really knows the scoring criteria. He says close round, but he gave it 10-9 to Edwards. So did Ryan Frederick. 10-9 Edwards for him. MMA Mathletes, 10-9 to Edwards in a tight round. I think that's how most of us felt about it.
Yeah.
Pratis just kicked him in the calf.
This is what he needs to do.
Landing some nice stiff jabs.
You can't let Leon breathe. He's got to keep putting something in his face over and over.
Oh, knockout for Pratis.
Oh.
Wow. He threw a big overhand left and then a follow-up. Now Leon's giving the ref the look like, what are you doing? No, I think he's just glazed his eyes.
Yeah. I think it was more like what happened.
Yeah.
I can't tell if
that dude's got power, Goze.
Later, what happened there.
That dude's got power because, look, that punch, it just didn't look like as clean as other straights. Now, granted, I saw it from the back, but wow, he's so quick with it. Alex Pereira standing up, cheering for his compatriot. The fighting nerds are high-fiving Pratis.
What'd you think of the stoppage?
I liked it.
Late?
When he first punched him because of the angle we had, I wasn't sure. In fact, I shouldn't have said knocked out yet. I should have said knocked down. But by the time I wanted to correct that anyway, the second follow-up came. So yeah, it was a good stoppage.
Well, see, the punch didn't look that devastating.
Right.
And so I think that was the problem. But I think it was because I think he was like pretty close to being out. So, but the second punch really jacked him up. So it's right in the mouth.
Oh, it's the way he lands and jerks his head. But see, his hands aren't coming up to cover up.
Yeah.
They're just laying there, kind of. They're just floating out of gravity, but they're not covering up. So I could see why the ref's going, oh, this fool's out. Look, he just sits, the head jerks, falls back, and now I think, see, his hands aren't up. His legs are kind of up, but then here comes the next punch. So yeah, Peterson was okay with that.
Yeah, I think this is how it had to play out.
It was a straight punch right in the mouth, not like, the hook that comes from the side that you turn and it clips you on the chin. And like there wasn't like that Glass Joe moment, where your chin's halfway to one side.
Mm-hmm. Man,
damn,
flying by.
Think about the last three fights: the nickel KO, the Pratis KO, and the BSD KO. Like, that's crazy.
Think about this. You won your bet.
I did. I put it in. Look how skinny this guy is, but he packs a punch, man. He's got quick, fast twitch. He's celebrating November, too, with that stash. And that might be it for Leon Goze. I mean, he can still come in and get paychecks, and he'll always go down as a champ, but I don't think he can get back to a title fight soon. This division is too stacked. Now, as I say that, Leon Edwards is the one that ended Kamaru Usman's reign, and Usman might get a title shot. So anything can happen. He could very well just do what this guy did, right? But like I say, you got Shavkat whenever he comes back. You got Gary and Bilal. They're going to be fighting soon. Now you got this guy. Oh, by the way, Morales and Brady are up next.
He looked good up until that moment. That's the only positive I guess you could take from something like this. But holy crap, was that a bad ending for him?
Pratis is thanking New York.
Well, what about all the people that didn't believe in him before, though? Gotta take that out on New York, no?
This is true. He's saying I packed the most punch out of any welterweight. You guys like violence, right? Rogan's got his nerd glasses on. What?
That's got to be a bonus. And then earlier, Bo Nickel, that's got to be a bonus, right?
Oh, and BSD too, maybe.
BSD.
Let's take a look.
He barely squints his eyes on the second punch. I think he was already kind of out.
You got the Kyle Daka submission, the Surskev KO punch. Those guys should be scared. Blanchfield got a submission. But when it happens earlier in the evening, it seems to get buried or forgotten about. And like Dan Tom, our colleague, says, those are the ones that could use it more. And like I say, just give it to all the finishers. Then we don't have to worry about it. But that was a great finish.
Iced tea, nice. Ooh.
Plus, I think a lot of it has to do, too, with who's your opponent. Jose Aldo. Poatan got a big pop. Did the fighting nerds give Poatan glasses, or are those just weak?
Those are
the metas, right?
Yeah.
Are they the Ray-Ban or the Oakley?
I think they were the Ray-Bans.
I have some too, and mine are cooler than Pelotons. What'd you think of Valentina's?
I don't like those big ones.
No?
Nah.
How about that comeback for Practice goes? Ian
Really?
Gary beats him in the spring of 2025. And that was the beginning of, the Fighting Nerds kind of going on the cold streak.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, he's knocked out Jeff Neal with that spinning back elbow in Chicago. And now he just knocked out a former champion, Leon Edwards, with a straight punch and a follow-up. That's a great comeback in 1 year.
Who was the other person that we said? Santos joined the Fighting Nerds and someone else, right?
Those guys from Poland. God, what are the names? Oh, man.
Was somebody that fought tonight, I think.
Oh, yeah. Rodolfo Vieira joined the Fighting Nerds.
Yeah.
Myron Santos joined the Fighting Nerds. And then the two brothers that are fighting out of Poland, one of them has been around for a while. I forget his name. He's been over there with the Fighting Nerds, too. And think about it. They joined the Fighting Nerds when they're kind of having that, like Bananarama said, cruel summer. Jean Silva lost to Diego Lopez. Kyle Barrio lost to Nasruddin Imavov. Pratis took that earlier loss. Mauricio Rufy lost to who? BSD?
Mm-hmm.
No. Yeah, right? Yeah. So, but Pratis is already on the comeback trail. 2 wins, big wins. Congrats to him. Next fight is going to be Sean Brady versus Michael Morales.
That's a good one.
In fact, I'm going to make this. What's the bet going to be? Let's get this out of the way.
Wow, it's gotten a lot closer. Sean Brady minus 150 and Michael Morales plus 125. I turned in Brady as my staff pick. I wouldn't be shocked though if Morales. I'm going to stick with Brady. How about you?
Coincidentally, I'll be down $26 after this. After they pay me for the Pratis underfight, so I'm gonna bet 26 on Morales.
Ooh, okay.
So in fact, he's the underdog. I can even bet less if I want.
Hard to pick against Brady for me. I like Morales. I think he's tough, but yeah, I'll have to see.
Let's see here. I'm going to get greedy, goes. I'm going Morales to the under again.
Really?
Yeah. I feel like I'm cheating on Sean Brady because we had such a nice chat the other day.
Mm-hmm.
You must ask him like 20 questions and he answered them quick. He was in a good mood. And here I am going, well, that's all fine and dandy, but the Ecuadorian's going to kick your butt. But I really believe in Morales because he just keeps getting better and better. And then when I saw them size up at the post-fight or pre-fight press conference, then the ceremonial weigh-ins, I was like, holy cow, man. He's a big dude, Morales.
He is.
So I'm just going to ride the wave. Usually I go with the veterans, but at the same time, I also go with the underdogs. Question is, goes, how are your Commanders going to do in Miami tomorrow?
Play early. They play in, is it Spain, I think?
Oh, so they're out of the country?
Yeah. Washing their hair.
I see that. 6:30, yeah. This Manchester United season is one of the toughest ever because there's no other cups going, so it's just the EPL. And then when they take the international break off, it's like, come on. Luckily, the modern-day Monarchs of Santa Ana, California are in the semifinals of the CIF playoffs, and the USC Trojans got a win over the Iowa Hawkeyes. So I think the Trojans are going to move up in the rankings.
And after 2 overtimes, the Running Rebels jumped to 7-2. And
You won?
yeah, and my high school also is in the semifinals of the CIF.
Are they skunking teams or just getting by?
I think they won the last one like 26-20 or something like that. It's coming down outside.
Okay, the college football rankings, they get to them real quick. They'll be out by tomorrow morning. Right now, UFC 17. I think they can get into the top 15.
Hey, I'll be right back, okay?
All right.
I will be back.
Okay. If anyone's wondering, Ohio State won. They're the number 1 team in the country. They won 48-10. Holy cow. Megan Levy back working now. I think this is her second or third show since having a kid earlier this summer. There's Michael Morales, and Megan's pointing out how Morales, heavy hands, great athlete, but don't forget he comes from a family of grapplers. He actually wrestled for Ecuador. And I think the mom's a world-class judoka. So he's very familiar with the ground game. He just been smashing people. Some people are comparing him to Anthony Johnson. I think that might be a bit much right now, but we'll see. Deshaun Brady's tough, man. He handed Leon Edwards an L earlier this year. In fact, Leon Edwards is having a bad year. His 2025 has not gone well. Oh, Landman season 2 is coming out on Paramount Plus. It starts tomorrow. What I don't know if it's one of those, here's 10 episodes, have fun, or if it's going to come out week by week. But I love that series. If you haven't seen it, I put my name on it. There's no way you'll watch it and then come back to me and go, George, you have no taste in shows. If anything, you'll be thanking me. It stars Billy Bob Thornton and a lot of hot chicks. And it's funny. He's funny, and the show moves along well.
Talking about Landman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good show. Very good show.
Goze, would you put your name on the mayor of Kingstown? Because you've been kind of pumping it up the last few weeks over here.
I would, but I don't think it's it's not like you gotta watch it. It's really good though.
You know, I've always liked that pivot that Ice-T made from being a rapper to latching on to a series that blew up.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
A lot of people, I was talking about this the other day with somebody, like Mark Wahlberg, right? And you tell people, he used to be in the Funky Bunch, right? And Will Smith too. And people, there's like a generation of people that go, what? That guy used to rap?
Yeah. So Dean Thomas is apparently involved with this camp because he was in Joe Piper's camp too.
Mm-hmm.
And now I see him there high-fiving with Sean Brady. That's cool. I'm not hating. For a long time, I thought it was basically Jillian Robertson, and then he was just mostly a UFC guy. Dean Thomas, back in the day, even before he started working with Dana White on Looking for a Fight and everything else, he used to put together game plans, pages and pages of game plans for fighters. So fighters would pay him anywhere from, I think, somewhere like $500 to $1,000. And he would have like a whole analysis, like a packet that he would hand you on how you can win the fight. The problem is fighters are spoiled. I don't think they like to pay for stuff. So I don't think he got too much action, even though the content was probably good. But next time we talk to him, I'll probably ask him about it and see whatever happened with that.
Mm-hmm. Don't you kind of wish him and Ricardo Mayorga would be in the same elevator at some point?
Mm-hmm. If I'm Mayorga, I'd be like, "Hey, friend, how you doing?" You know, like definitely try and lighten the mood. And if Dean ain't having it, then I got to start throwing hands, because once you get taken down, you're gonna wake up in your own piss, all choked out. So what Goze is alluding to is, oh boy, what was it called, Goze? Shark fight? No, not shark fights.
Nah.
Something fights.
It was in San Diego.
No, it was like in no, it was like in Charlotte, or it was in Florida or something like that. I know it was on the East Coast. And Ricardo Mayorga, who actually, it's funny you bring that up. He's the boxer that was known for being a smoker, like Prachas.
Mm-hmm.
And he was real cocky. He's from one of the Central American countries.
Nicaragua.
Good boxer. Not a great box. Not like an all-time great, but still good enough. And he floated over to MMA, and he was supposed to fight Dean Thomas. They had this press conference, and they started lipping off. And what, he clocked him, right, Goze?
He slapped him.
Oh, he slapped him. But it was this weird slap because Dean just had this weird reaction to it. But he did get slapped. So Ricardo got the best of him at that moment.
I think when we talked to him, he said his reaction was so much like, "What the fuck?" Like, that happened? He didn't even get mad about it.
Yeah. I wasn't like the Will Smith on Chris Rock slap, where you could tell one guy just wound up and did it.
What was that organization called?
Was it Shark? It wasn't Shark Fight, because that was in Texas. Hold on, I'll look it up. So the fight never happened, folks. In fact, I think this is the one where a lot of guys didn't get paid, right?
Right. But I thought they ended up having something in San Diego, and that's when they didn't even have the event because people weren't going to get paid or something.
It was going to happen like in North Carolina, I thought, but I'm not 100%. Let me check. Shine Fights.
Yeah.
Fayetteville, North Carolina. That's where Big Jim's from. Wow. When was this? Like 2011-ish. Yeah. Trip. What a trip. Okay. Here we go, folks. We're underway. Are you underway, Goze?
Yeah.
What are you at?
54, 53.
Me too. Okay. Knee pads being worn by Sean Brady. I know I said this earlier. We had a chat with him. He says 85% of his body's covered in tats. He says he'll never do one on his face. He says the only one he regrets, or one that he did regret, was he had the original bad boy, the eyes. And he said it was cool at the time, and then I guess it wasn't as cool, but I guess one of these tats covered it up. So that was his only tattoo remorse. He says they all hurt, but what do you say hurt the most, guys? The neck and what? He said the neck and something.
What was it?
Oh, remember he said the ass. He's got him on his ass too.
Oh yeah. On one of them.
Where'd you get him on the ass? But he just wants it everywhere. He's got the sequence of Japanese something, art or anime or something. He was in a good mood. I didn't want to press him on it. That's his thing. That's his jam. Oh, thank you. Okay. So far, with about a minute and 15 in, they're still filling each other out.
It's Brady's trying to figure out the distance here, I think.
And how about that reach on Morales, Goze? He's just so tall and long-limbed. When he just swatted at him, you could see that he can reach you from, really far away.
That calf kick landed flush on Morales' leg. You can't take too many of those.
And here he goes. Morales is landing punches. He is teeing off on him. And Sean Brady's really wobbled.
Yeah.
He needs to get a hold of him. He's really, really wobbled. He's probably still clearing the cobwebs because he got hit by a couple punches there. We're at 304, 303, 302 left in round one. He still looks like he's on shaky legs. The size difference is so big. that I wonder if he would consider going to 155 or if Morales is on the cusp of going to 185. I mean, that's how big the difference is in size.
Sean Brady's got to figure this out, though, because Morales looks like he's smelling blood in the water.
Yeah,
he's stalking him.
But little by little, Sean Brady's probably clearing the cobwebs. But he was really, really wobbled. Oh, Sean Brady just landed a nice little hook.
Yeah. Look like it's done Morales for a bit.
Now, Sean Brady just went for a takedown, and Morales said, "Get out of here." He used his length to just push him off, and then he swatted him. He can just reach him from so far. He's just touched him up a few more times right now. Morales getting a little wild. He needs to straighten punches up.
Brady's bleeding on the outside of his right eye. Blood's not trickling too much, but you could tell there's something there. For as good of an outcome as this could be for Morales, George, he still does look like he needs some work.
I agree. But boy, is he like long, man. Look at how much longer his arms are than Sean Brady, and then to top it off, he just covers more ground because he's taller.
They look like they're in two different divisions. This is crazy.
Oh, he just hit him with a big right, and now Sean Brady's on the ground. Morales is following up. The fight stopped. Michael Morales just defeated Sean Brady. Holy cow,
man!
He is the real deal.
He is. It's a great result.
Now he's motioning for the belt. Goze is right. He needs to be polished a little bit more because he's a little bit wild. But I mean, when he touches you, man, it looks like it hurts, man.
Mm-hmm. A lot of Ecuadorian fans in town because the national team is playing a game.
That's right.
So a lot of media, a lot of people out there cheering for him.
The Ecuadorian flag on display. Kamaru Usman seems impressed. He knows that hurts. That hurts Usman a little bit because now the UFC has options. Goes, this is a wake-up call for Brady. Like, Brady's 18-1. I should not be questioning his resume or nothing like that, but the size difference is so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
I just wonder if he could make 155.
I don't know. He seems right there. It seems like one of those guys that would be perfect for a 165 if they had.
Correct. Exactly. He has this like little Frankie Edgar look to him a little bit. Damn, Morales is legit.
So unbelievable, but we are at the co-main event here. Thank you. Coming up next, people, if you don't mind retweeting and anything you can do that's out there that will help us social media wise, we really, really appreciate it. But yeah, this card is going by really, really quickly.
It is flying by.
Yogi, go on, fool. Yeah, man, this is a big kid. Ecuadorian fans going crazy out there. Let's see what he does here with his post-fight interview.
He just said it was an absolute drubbing of a top contender in the welterweight division. Goes, he looks like a middleweight, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Morales is pointing towards Dana. He says, "Give me my belt. I need belt." Muchas gracias, he's saying to Ecuadorian fans. People here in New York, I love you. I dedicate this fight to my mom. I love you. I send you all my kisses and energy. Remember, the mom was a black belt judoka.
Yeah. Fabiano's looking like a James Bond villain right now, huh?
So he's saying, did the game plan go as you wanted it to go? He says he's short, but he's strong. So I knew I had to fight well. But he says I could smell the knockout. He goes, when the knockout's there, you can smell it. He goes, everything came out well. The whole world saw it.
Is he worth the performance bonus, George?
Oh, man, goes.
It's a big win.
UFC just needs to consider multiple past the 4, you know? Maybe now we're up to 5. You know, they did 5 the other day. But this is a big card. Hopefully it sold well. Hopefully, you know, I don't know. It's the end of the year. You know, why not? There's the mom.
So this is weird because on paper, this is a great card. And you're getting great results. But it's going by quick, isn't it? Like, I think they need one of them knock them out, drag them out type fights.
They might get it. They might get it. Valentina and Zhang Weili might go the distance in the next fight. We'll see. Anthony Rizzo in the audience. He's a baseball player for the Cubs. Natalia Silva is there. Remember, we were talking about her earlier because Aaron Blanchfield won. Jorge Masvidal is in the audience, the former BMF champion. Joanna Jędrzejczyk with her token wink. I think she's been managing fighters, and I think she's working with that lady that we know, Jennifer.
Jen?
Yeah. And I think, and then she oversees Jen, meaning Valentina Shevchenko's career. She appeared in one of the embeddeds. I don't know if you noticed. Damn.
She's right there in the back.
Yeah. Look at Valentina just firing off strikes. I'm surprised Valentina doesn't have more knockouts.
You would think, right?
Yeah.
Because she's so dynamic, the way she strikes. And
she's been going to the ground a little bit, man, in her last few fights. Now, Goze, let's get your opinion. I heard from DC? I think John Anik put it out. Anything from the winner of this is the women's GOAT, or this is the greatest women's fight ever. At the time when we were talking to Daniel Cormier, I had a list of questions that I still wanted to get to. So I didn't want to spend 5 minutes on something that I just didn't. It's not a hill I wanted to die on. But I vehemently disagree that it's the greatest female fight ever. They're 2 great female fighters. I'll admit that. It's probably in the top 5, maybe even in the top 3. I remember being real pumped for Ronda and Misha because of the hatred that they had. And then, you know, Cyborg and Carano, dude, that was pretty damn big back in the day, but it was such a long time ago that we just kind of go, it's a footnote in history, right? And then even Valentina Nunes was pretty big. You know, it's not bigger than Cyborg and Nunes, for starters. And the winner is not better than either one of those 2. Those 2 are 1 and 2.
The problem with this fight is it doesn't prove much. It's not something that needed to happen. It's just something that was very convenient that a lot of people would be interested in seeing. There's no heat that goes along with any of it. So it's just basically their accolades against each other. I think maybe a year from now, 2 years from now, we could maybe look back at this moment and go, wow, this meant a lot more in the scheme of things. But at the time, yeah, I'd have to say no. I mean, it's a huge fight. It's huge, but it's not it's lacking a little bit of heat and it's lacking a little bit of purpose.
Mm-hmm. Well, it sucks when you have to answer and give your 2 cents, because it sounds like you're diminishing the others, and I'm not in any way trying to do that. That's why I was trying to be clear that it could very well be top 5, maybe top 3. I don't know. You got to kind of like put them all on a board, discuss them, what was happening at the time or whatever. But dude, Nunes is probably the greatest female fighter ever. All right. There could be an argument that because she lost to Pena, along with 4 other fights that she lost for a total of 5, Cyborg may have a case in the sense that despite getting knocked out by Nunes, she won 5 major titles, defended them all with the exception of PFL, and I think she has like 5 more title defenses than Amanda Nunes. But head-to-head's pretty big. I don't know. I'm okay with Nunes still being 1, Cyborg 2. Maybe Cyborg gets up there if Kayla takes Nunes out. I don't know. Yeah. But Valentina lost twice to Nunes. She was really close on both. And then she also had that series with Grasso in the last few years where she lost and then she drew. And then Zhang Weili got knocked out by Rose Namajunas. I mean, there's probably people out there that would argue that Zhang Weili's not even the greatest strawweight ever. Because Rose Namajunas is 2-0 against Joanna and 2-0 against Zhang Weili. Probably the 2 that you would argue, that are right up there with Rose. And she's 2-0 against both.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Right away, Amanda and Cyborg, I think, is the biggest one. And then you can, you're right. A lot of people forget about just how big Misha and Ronda was. Carano Cyborg was just, that's all we had at the time, to really do. They were just kicking off. Yeah, I think it's top 5 at least.
Mm-hmm. Want to give a big shout out to one of our cousins. Goes, you have not met her. Her name's Maria Ava Salazar. I grew up with them in Santa Ana, and then everyone kind of moved away a little bit. But we're friends on Facebook, but we're actually cousins. And she's tuning in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Love you.
Love you. Exactly. And recently she lost her sister.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Thoughts and prayers to the whole family. Thank you for tuning in, cuz she was asking me, because I asked her, Goes, if she wanted to be in the NFL Survivor. And it was towards the end where I was just asking people to get in, and that's actually football.
Mm-hmm.
But she hit me up recently, and she said, by the way, what was all this about? I wasn't able to get into it. And what do you do for work? And I go, well, click here. And we're right now we're hosting a UFC 322 watch along. But basically what we do is we cover the sport of mixed martial arts. More specifically, I guess, the UFC, because it's the major organization in mixed martial arts. So if you know any UFC fans, cuz, tell them your cousin's website is MMAJunkie.com.
I never know how to answer that question. It kind of gets confusing because for people who don't know, obviously we work for MMA Junkie, but MMA Junkie's owned by USA Today, Gannett. So the explanation is just so long, and really having to explain people like what our day-to-days are like and the things we do. Sometimes I just go, I work for USA Today. We just leave it at
that. We have cousins in Peru that either love it or hate it. The ones that love it are all in. I watch all the fights. I love it. The blood, the knockouts, like they're feasting on it. Mm-hmm. And then the ones that don't are like, how could you watch something? They're killing each other, like they almost make it sound like it, like the loser gets killed, or something like that. But in reality, in our sport, for those of you who believe that in jinxes, go knock on wood as I say this, in 33 years of the existence of the UFC, no one's ever died because of, a direct strike or submission. Have there been deaths in MMA? Yes. Weight cuts or repetitive punches or,
unsanctioned events.
Yes, exactly. Equipment failures. But in the UFC, thankfully, there's not been one death. That's why it's considered safer than boxing. Boxing averages 2 deaths per year from repeated head trauma. Why? Because the glove is bigger. So when you pound someone, you got to pound them more times to really get to knockout, you know.
Mm-hmm.
In MMA, it's only a 4-ounce glove. It's like, boom, you touch someone on the chin and they can go out, like what happened to Beneil Dariush earlier.
Yeah. We got to make a pick on this one, by the way. Valentina Shevchenko is minus 145. Zhang Weili is plus 120. Hey, look. Bigger gal. She has more to lose here. She has to defend the home court. I'm going to go with Valentina Shevchenko. I just feel like she's got maybe more tools. But I wouldn't be shocked if Zhang Weili pulled something out here. But that's my pick. Who are you taking?
I like Valentina Shevchenko. Until she loses again, I'll ride with her to the end. She's just a great champion, always in shape, committed training. Ease, breathes, and so does Zhang Weili, by the way. But size, I think, usually can make a difference. And yeah, I'm going to go with Valentina Shevchenko here.
Very underrated coach in Zhang Weili's corner there with Coach John Wood. Good strategies. He knows how to get the best out of his fighters. I think this is going to be a good one.
You think it's going to go to the distance, or is someone going to finish the other?
I think it's going to go the distance. But I've kind of been wrong almost about everything tonight. So
Mark Goddard's going to be the third man in the octagon, or the third person in the octagon, because these are females that are fighting. The great Zhang Weili, UFC strawweight champ, former UFC strawweight champ, is in the octagon. Look at her. Look at her shoulders. Look at her arms. Look at her legs, her hips. I mean, she is a specimen. We saw her at the UFC Fan Expo, and you could just tell, man, like if she wanted to, she could be a rugby player or a soccer player or whatever. She's literally that much of an athletic specimen.
mm-hmm.
Coming out next will be Valentina Shevchenko from Kyrgyzstan, lived in Peru, now lives in the United States. She loves and represents all 3 countries.
Zhang Weili is very charismatic. She's learned English now, and she's pretty good at it. But remember we were joking either yesterday or the day before about people messing up my name?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's ever messed up my name worse than Zhang Weili. I said Goze, and she might have said something back like Kevin, and it was so far off that I just kind of went, yeah, you know, because I didn't want to like
Kevin.
It was something like that. Like I went Goze. Like she went your name, and I went Goze, and then she went Kevin, and I think it made me laugh so much that she was that far off that, and I didn't want to go through. No, you were not even close.
He just made me spit out my water. Kevin's not even close to Goze.
No.
I don't think those glasses are too bad, but they are big.
I mean, they look like somebody should be working on her mouth right now, right? Like she's at the dentist or something, or welding.
I got some big glasses. I wonder if you're talking smack on me when I leave the house. Look at the welder that just left.
Not like that, though. This is like the first question you have for her is like, tell us about the future. I don't think they're big.
So she's going to go for her 9th title defense. Remember, the new belt holds 8 rubies. I don't know if they'll make room for a 9th ruby. I mean, you get a new belt every time, but I don't know. I don't know what they'll do. Maybe the UFC just figures, well, let's see what happens with the fight before we have to worry about it. But I thought when they made the belt, they should have made at least room for 12 rubies, since John Jones has made it to 12. And who's going to have a great career like him? I mean, that's going to be pretty tough to replicate. All right, folks. Sorry, this is a fight party. I got to eat. Mushroom quesadilla. Very good.
you ever told the story about when you brought her up to somebody at the UFC?
Who?
Valentina. You know, people are kind of annoying, and they'll say like, "Hey, man, I know this fighter. He's really good, or she's really good," but they kind of just say that about everyone. So you kind of go, "Yeah, you know, let us know," that sort of thing. But this one was actually spot on.
Yeah. So Valentina lived for 8 years in Peru, and our cousin Ugo had told me about her. But because we've heard it so many times, oh man, someone at my gym's the next great fighter. You're basically like, yeah. We've heard that a lot. And but then he started sending me videos, and I was like, whoa. And I started looking into her because she's a multiple time Taekwondo champ, kickboxing champ with a great record. And at that time, Lion Fight was big here in Las Vegas. So I let them know, the UFC know. I'm like, hey, look into this. You're trying to grow your women's MMA divisions, and I couldn't have got laughed at more than what they said. I mean, I was getting laughed at. Like, come on, like, you don't think we would have heard about her by now? And I like just took it on the chin. All right, well, you know, whatever. But
I'm one of them.
who's laughing now?
Yeah.
In fact, one of them was Andrew Simon. The other one was Scott Kent. And I think there was a couple chumps over at the UFC. Simon, though, Andrew Simon takes it on the chin. He laughs it off every time. Kind of like, yeah, you were right. Because he was the president of HDNet. What did that finish up as? Access TV, yeah. So he kind of, you know, had some input. But you thought I would. It's almost like he laughed at me like I was recommending Gwyneth Paltrow or something.
New York.
Okay, so this fight's about to start. It's for Valentina Shevchenko's flyweight title, 125 pounds. It's not champ versus champ because Zhang Weili had to give up her belt to move up. And now basically she's the challenger to Valentina Shevchenko's flyweight title.
Does she look different to you at all, Zhang Weili?
What do you mean?
If I didn't tell you she's fighting at 125, and you just like got back from Peru or something and you tuned in, would you go, hey, she looks bigger or anything like that?
No.
It's the same to me.
Oh, meaning she didn't grow? She didn't grow. She didn't.
Well, you would imagine, you know, she's going to pack on some muscle, but she was already muscular.
Yeah, I can see your point there. Okay, folks, here we go. This is the co-main event of UFC 322 out in Madison Square Garden, New York. Zhang Weili fighting out of the blue corner with the blue tape on her wrists. Valentina Shevchenko fighting out of the red corner. She's the champion. She's got the red tape on her wrist. They do touch gloves. Green being worn. Green tights, green top by Valentina Shevchenko. Green and gold with a snow leopard, I believe, on her thighs. That's her favorite animal. Zhang Weili in the red. She's got red trunks and a red top.
I think it's a tiger. I think it's for Tiger Muay Thai, right, or something.
Maybe, but she
does love the snow
leopards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice big right hand by Zhang Weili. Kind of backed up Valentina a little bit. But can you see how thick she is, Goze?
Yeah.
She's thick, man. Good kick to the body by Valentina. And Zhang Weili answered with a kick of her own. Valentina was a slight favorite in this fight. Again, Mark Goddard is the referee for this title fight. So far, a great night of fights in New York. A lot of vicious KOs. A lot of broken dreams, huh, Goze?
Big time.
Some fighters.
We're going to have a lot to talk about on Monday.
I know. Join us on Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, for Spinning Back Click, our live show. Along with our colleagues Nolan King and Danny Segura, Goze and I will be unpacking all the big stories from this fight card. In fact, I'd be shocked if we spent much time talking about the latest news. It's just going to be UFC 322. If it was up to me, I don't know, because there's a lot to talk about.
So far, Zhang Weili is just trying to figure out the distance here. They had a good exchange right now.
Boom! Big knee by Valentina.
So
She knocked her down.
Yeah, as Zhang Weili was coming at her, she landed a well-timed knee, and I couldn't tell if it was more a balance thing or if she was hurt.
I think it was a little bit of both, because they were both locked up, so they both fell down almost because of gravity. But you could tell she kind of folded her, man.
Yeah.
But now, since then, Zhang Weili's okay. Valentina is on top. Looks like she's trying to clear one leg to maybe get in a half guard. But
yeah, I think that was a pain thing, George, because her momentum was so forward, and that completely brought her back.
Dude, if she did that to me, these quesadillas would have just went straight out of my mouth like a projectile. Okay, they're back up to their feet, and Valentina gave her a knee on the way out, but Zhang Weili threw an elbow on the way out.
I think I would have barfed up a kidney or something, dude. I mean, that was like flush.
It sure was.
2:10 left in round one.
Oh, a big right by Zhang Weili, but a spinning back fist by Valentina. Both landed. Now they're clinched up against the fence. I think I got sold more by either Rogan or Cormier saying, whoa, neither one fell, but still they were beautiful strikes. Now Valentina Shevchenko's pushing Zhang Weili up against the fence. 144 left here in round one. This is a 5-round fight for Valentina Shevchenko's flyweight title. She's going for a 9th title defense. They're exchanging knees against the fence, and now the fight goes to the ground with Valentina Shevchenko on top. And I don't know if this means that she might be the stronger fighter, because when they have locked up in certain positions, she seems to be getting the best of those.
I was just going to say, like, Zhang Weili, I don't think she has to completely implement plan B, but I think she has realized that she's just no longer the stronger fighter out there. Valentina is very much stronger than her and kind of using that to her advantage right now.
Yeah, because Valentina's kind of had some violent throws and takedowns, and she's kind of made her fly a few times. She's on top right now, back in full guard, and now she's in half guard. Still on top. Let's see if she's going to set up some sort of a choke. The arm triangle is very popular nowadays. If she digs that shoulder in, maybe the Von flu, although that's rare. Occasionally, she's beating her up, punching her in the ribs. I think she'd be better off, and this is where I'd like to see Valentina just posture up and throw some elbows from the top. You can do so much damage with those things. For one, they score hella points. 2, you can make them leak. You make them, you start blooding up the opponent, lumping them up. Maybe you close an eye. Yeah.
She crossed that arm right here. She could totally do it. She's got it in her arsenal. I don't know.
Yep. And now Valentina gets up with a good bounce in her. She won round 1, obviously, 10-9 to Valentina, 4 rounds to go. Now, I wouldn't say Zhang Weili looks flustered or anything, but like Goze said, she's usually the stronger fighter of the two, and now she's getting a taste of her own medicine.
Yeah, I think she's definitely going to want to keep this one on the feet. And for Valentina, I'd just say more of that. She was a patient fighter in round 1 and took advantage of some holes, and she could probably keep doing that as long as Zhang Weili is willing. Zhang Weili's going to have to tighten things up a little bit here in round 2. A lot of body attacks from Valentina too.
If you guys can hit that like button, that would be tremendous on our YouTube channel. And if you consider subscribing, we would thank you. We're at 427,000 subscribers. We'd love to get to 500,000 at some point. They're showing Islam Makhachev getting taped up right now in the back. Big pop in the crowd at Madison Square Garden. Round 2 underway. The ladies do touch gloves. Zhang Weili fighting out of the orthodox position. She's a righty. Valentina Shevchenko, southpaw position, lefty. Outside leg kick by Valentina Shevchenko. Zhang Weili goes to the head. That gets blocked. Spinning back fist misses for Zhang Weili. They're very fast, Goze, both of them with their kicks.
Yeah. I'm curious if things don't go Zhang Weili's way, if this was enough of a wake-up call to say, I need to go back down, or maybe this just wasn't my cup of tea. Let me get another fight, different opponent. I don't know. But size seems to be a big issue here.
Another one of those knees and another takedown by Valentina Goze. She just picks her up like she's her kid.
Mm-hmm.
And she throws her down. Really, really explosive takedowns. She snuck in a knee. It wasn't as good as the knee in the first round. But now, again, let's see her on top with plenty of time because there's 353, 352, 351, 350 left in round 2. Let's see what she can do with this. Let's see if she can make this into a 10-8. Now Valentina's in side control. Valentina using a couple elbows to the side of the head. Dean Thomas stating that Zhang Weili is really struggling with the distance, gauging the distance. Because Valentina's the longer fighter. Zhang Weili kind of at a loss right now. She's on her back, but she's really not doing much to create a scramble or to maybe regain and get Valentina into a half guard position. Instead, Valentina almost trapped her arm and almost got her in the crucifix position. Now she's doing shoulder strikes. Those aren't going to open her up, but she's hitting her with the kitchen sink, everything but the kitchen sink.
Valentina
would be nice, Goze.
Valentina is doing to Zhang Weili what Zhang Weili usually does to people. Right now, she really doesn't have to take very many chances because she knows she can keep the fight here. Now she's got the arm trapped. She throws a couple rabbit punches. Maybe some elbows from here. She's got her in a really bad spot. Zhang Weili needs to get out of here.
Valentina's starting to make a statement here.
She's smothering her.
Valentina's making a statement ever since that draw, maybe even since the loss to Alexa Grasso. I thought she also fought well in the second fight, and she should have been awarded that victory. But ever since then, she's really come back like a beast. And remember, Jennifer Maia, Tyler Santos, they started to put a couple chinks in the armor in their title fights. Even though Valentina won, she wasn't dominating. But look at her in her last few fights, man. She's just doing really, really well.
I don't know if you noticed, but Zhang Weili just took a big, deep breath. I think she's a little tired, but I think she's just really, really frustrated. I felt like when Valentina injured her knee, she didn't come back the same. But the last couple outings I think she's erased that. She's still on top. She's still landing some short strikes. But it's the pressure that she keeps on top of Zhang Weili. Like Zhang Weili has not been able to improve her position hardly any. Now she's got some butterfly guard here. Tries to push off the hips, but Valentina is just not given any room.
105 left in round 2. She's back into Zhang Weili's guard, and she just cleared one leg. So now she's back in half guard. Now she's trying to trap the arm again. No success there. 53 seconds left in round 2. Still using a lot of strength and technique where Zhang Weili almost looks like Dricus du Plessis goes underneath Khamzat Chimaev.
Yeah, that's a good call.
She has no answers. She's not trying to get up. Nothing. Well, I shouldn't say she's not trying to get up. It just doesn't look like it. She's getting swarmed.
Zhang Weili kind of ran into one of the best versions of Valentina Shevchenko here. This is I don't know that a lot of fighters would beat Valentina tonight.
Ten seconds left here in round 2. I don't think you're going to get a 10-8 because you didn't see the damage.
Yeah.
But you did get duration and dominance.
But she could have gotten it. You know, I think maybe Valentina needs to take a couple more risks here.
Now Zhang Weili looks a little more shook up than she did after the first round. Like, kind of like, what did I get myself into?
Mm-hmm. John Wood giving her instructions right now.
Keep the fight on the feet. Stop crashing into her. She says, if Valentina grabs you, you stay loose, you turn and you go. But she does not want him. He does not want her clinched up with her at all. Use your jab, he says. Block, fire, use your jab, but do not clinch up with her.
That's the problem, is she can't get within range to use that jab, and Valentina isn't in the same spot for very long. She's usually setting up her own attack. I think she needs to try and stick and move, circle out.
Next week, the UFC's in Qatar. And great main event there with Arman Sarukian and Dan Hooker. Ooh, Valentina just kicked her in the face.
I was just about to say, I think she's setting up that high kick.
Yeah. Overhand right for Zhang Weili. Co-main event is Ian Gary against Bilal Muhammad. It's really good card, but remember, it's an early start because they're going to go live out of Qatar. I think I saw 1 p.m. Eastern for the main card. Zhang Weili striking. She kicked the inner thigh of Valentina Shevchenko. Overhand right misses. Valentina looks calm and composed, and she looks like she's waiting for an opportunity and goes, dare I say, I think if the knockout's there, she'll take it or she'll try, but it looks like she's trying to time a clinch of the body so she can put her back down on the ground.
Possibly. I think she's setting up that head kick.
Although she just stung her with a nice check hook left.
I don't want to take away from Zhang Weili.
Oh, spinning back kick to the stomach for Shevchenko. Go ahead.
Going up in weight and challenging somebody like that is just a gangster move, but she hasn't had very many bright spots today.
But remember what I said earlier. One could make the argument that she's not even the greatest strawweight ever. However, let's say she beat Verna Jandarova and not Mackenzie Dern. That would be another title defense for her, and she would start to distance herself from the other strawweights. And then maybe after that, she gets Dern. Dominate your weight class first. Leave no questions asked. I don't even think Islam Makhachev is the greatest lightweight ever. I still think it's Khabib.
But remember, John Wood
one more title defense than Khabib, but Khabib rarely lost a round, much less the fight. So I still have Khabib number 1. Go ahead.
John Wood made a good point to us, and it was everything. He agreed with everything you just said. I felt the same. But he said, hey, man, this moment might not ever be here again, and we have to kind of take it now.
We did lose Fedor and Randy, George St. Pierre and Anderson Silva, although I think they could have made a better effort. Anderson Silva and John Jones and Tom Aspinall, John Jones and Francis Ngannou. Some of those were a little bit of avoidance, and some were just that, injury or not the right time. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Not a whole lot happening here, guys. A lot of missed strikes, just trying to. The problem is Zhang Weili can't get within distance to land something good.
Live odds courtesy of DraftKings. Yes, minus 250. No, plus 185. Will the fight go the distance? And right now there's 1:45 left here in round 3. And there we go. That's that collision that John Wood was saying, no more collisions. And she paid for it right there. She went for a kick. Valentina stepped into it, wrapped her arms around her, danced with her around half the octagon, and then put her on her back. And I don't think John Weili will get out of this.
To her credit, though, she's got to do something, right? She can't just hang out on the outside and hope for something to land. She's got to take some chances, but Valentina's very good at taking advantage of that.
Agreed. 110 left in round 3.
This is the position that Valentina, one of her bread and butter. She's going to keep you here. She's going to land strikes. Now she's got Zhang Weili up against the fence. Like George said, maybe some, she's thrown a lot of short punches, but maybe some elbows would be good here to really put some pressure on Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili loses this round. For sure, she's down 3 rounds to nothing.
Mark Fellows in the chat says Mackenzie Dern's starting to sweat right about now.
Probably.
If I'm Mackenzie Dern, I'd say I'll fight her in December so she can get pay-per-view points. We don't know what the payment structure is going to be. Once they get the Paramount Plus, will it just be views or gate or some other metric? Okay, now Valentina kind of postured up and threw a few punches, but then she went back to smothering. Why does she not like to posture up, goes and throw elbows or punches? I think she's more afraid of losing the position than creating the damage.
Yeah, I don't know.
The only thing I can think of is she's willing to sacrifice not getting out scrambled or not getting swept and just securing the round. But let's say Zhang Weili had done something earlier in the round with the striking and all you did was blanket her, you might lose the round still. So it could be that she's even cognizant of that, and because Zhang Weili's not building any offense every round, she knows once she gets the takedown, all she has to do is smother, control, sneak in some elbows, some pitter-patters, and she walks away with the 10-9.
We'll see. I mean, she looks completely unscathed.
Good elbow, though, by Weili. I missed that one.
There's Jack Della Maddalena. Islam Makhachev getting a good pop. All right, round 4. The championship rounds. A little bit more fire under Zhang Weili coming out, throwing a couple strikes, body kick. Valentina's expressions just never change. She's kind of
kicked her in the body.
Yeah.
And then shut down Zhang Weili for a little bit because she retreated. She kind of cowered over a little. Now she's shaking it off. It's usually like 3 to 10 seconds when you get hit in the liver. It shuts you down. Superman punch by Valentina Shevchenko. Okay, goes. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
The other day, I was looking at some other odds. And then I came across some odds where my eyes popped out of my head. And now's the right time to talk about it. Those odds are the following. What do you think? Actually, let me get them here. I can't find them, but I'm pretty sure these are accurate. Oh, here they are. Goes. You know, if Valentina Shevchenko were to fight Dakota Ditcheva, Ditcheva would be minus 285 and Valentina plus 210.
Shut up.
I swear to God, according to bestfightodds.com.
Is it run by Ditcho's family or what?
I don't know, but Valentina looks so good right now that I might take her over Dakota Ditcheva.
Oh, yeah.
And about a few months ago when Dakota Ditcheva was just running through people, I was like, holy cow, she can beat anyone.
Yeah, no, you got to take Valentina on that all day.
Now, granted, a few fighters have tried to take down Ditcheva, and Ditcheva's pretty good at takedown defense. She's good at getting up. Striking, Ditcheva's amazing. Her mom's also a former champ, kickboxing champ.
But people don't really pressure her.
Shevchenko.
And actually, the first person that really pressured her was this last fight. Valentina, yeah, that'd be tough, man.
Kick to the body for Zhang Weili lands, and then she threw a 1-2. You could still tell that if Zhang Weili's going to land, it's going to be the right hand that could maybe hurt her. But other than that, Valentina's just got a good beat on everything. The leg kicks don't seem to stop her. Maybe the occasional elbow's been nice. But Zhang Weili does have a fast right, overhand right. If that can get there, maybe. But just this little touch, it ain't there, man.
I mean, it's a really good game plan from Valentina Shevchenko. I just wish she can kind of put that statement on it.
Yeah.
As good as Zhang Weili is, this fight just kind of gives you the feeling of even if they fought 10 times, it might just keep going this way.
I agree.
The style's like her kryptonite, and the size, put together, everything.
Yeah, you know what this looks like? Like Makhachev, Volkanovski too.
Mm-hmm.
Where one's just clearly better than the other one. The first fight was definitely compelling, but the second one, and to be fair, Volk took it on 10 days' notice. I know, but she just looks way better than Zhang Weili. And after what Aaron Blanchfield did today, Goze, I don't know that she'd be that tough matchup that I thought she might be for Valentina.
Me neither.
She used to secure takedowns a lot easier. Granted, I'm a little scared because Valentina getting submitted by Alexa was one of the shockers in covering the sport. I don't know, but at this point, it's hard to pick against Valentina against anyone. I think Valentina could beat the last two bantamweight champs, Pennington and Pena. She's already beaten Pena. I don't know if she could beat Kayla, but I'd like to see it. And I think Shevchenko would give Kayla a better fight than Weili's giving Shevchenko.
For sure. I agree.
Just because she's so scrappy, man. Oh, my God. Just the replay, seeing those kicks to the stomach.
I mean, round 5 here, Zhang Weili is going to need to stoppage. There's no way around it. It's not even, none of the rounds have even been close. That's what John Wood's telling her. Everything you got. Do you want to see Zhang Weili continue in this weight class?
No, not really.
What's up with Gandalf over there? He's taking a sweet ass time.
I don't know if yeah, I don't know. Could Zhang Weili beat Blanchfield?
Possibly. I think it's possible. Valentina gets a hold of her again. Just got her up against the cage. This time the clinch comes a lot earlier. So if she does get her down, it's going to be a long time. Zhang Weili lands a knee to the body. They're still clinched up against the cage. Valentina lands a knee too.
Oh man, Goze, it's almost like we asked for it. We said we need that long drawn out fight. We just didn't know it. I thought it'd be more of a slobber knocker where both of them went at it, and this has just been dominance.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little explosion there from Zhang Weili. There we go again. As soon as she gets wrapped up with Valentina, she goes straight to the ground, man.
The people that have the performances kind of locked up, they ain't sweating right now, I don't think.
No, not at all.
As dominant as Valentina's been, it's not something, though, that makes you go, oh, my God. You know, like, she's kind of supposed to do this in a way.
And it's not even the fight of the night, like, because it's just one-way action here. They just locked up, and Zhang Weili showed a little bit of strength, but Valentina was just, I think she's got fast twitch. She matched her in the strength, and she just put her down. Now, that's a nice punch. Finally, Valentina postures up and throws a punch out of the full guard. See, that wasn't so bad. More of that, Valentina. Okay, now she clears one leg. I think Valentina wants to maybe go for something here, and she'll probably go for that whole trap the arm, side control. Fans are starting to boo. You know, everyone was rooting for Zhang Weili too, Goze. And so this reminds me of GSP. GSP fights were similar to this. But I feel like GSP was still beloved. Why hasn't Valentina caught on?
You know, I've always said I feel like a lot of the hate that goes on GSP, a lot of them fighters just got into defense mode. Like at the end of round 2, they realized I can't win this fight. I just don't want to die. And they tie him up or, you know, like.
Plus, he went against a lot of fan favorites like Diaz and Condit. And I don't know, but we only appreciated him when he was gone, or maybe towards the tail end because he was just so impressive and he was stacking up the title defenses. But Valentina has been getting booed, and it's not like she's got a husband or a boyfriend. She's single, and all these fans, they always think they could be the one, the winner, you know, win the cheerleader over or the octagon girl or whatever. But I was surprised that she keeps getting booed. She dresses nice, she's violent. I don't know. This Valentina would give Amanda Nunes a good fight.
But yeah, a lot of people arguably had her winning one of those fights.
Yeah. But when Amanda solved the whole cardio issues, she was too big for her. There we go. Posture up. See what you can do. Now she's back to, you know. There you go. 10 seconds left. It's not going to be enough. Kicker. There you go. Remember, Cowboy did that to somebody once. He just kicked and kicked, and the fans went nuts.
I mean, it was a dominant performance from Valentina Shevchenko.
Either that or turn into a heel, right?
Yeah.
Dana White. I know you have a White House card coming up, but guess what? I'm here to spoil the party. I want to fight the American.
Damn.
But she doesn't have it in her to say that. She's a nice, respectful.
There's no turning back from that one.
Exactly. Then at that point, you're the heel.
You can a week later go, man, I was just bullshitting. Like once you do that heel turn, it's for life.
I mean, maybe like people like to rip for heels, believe it or not. Like, trust me, if Fedor had fought Randy, A lot of Americans would have cheered for Fedor.
You think so?
Yeah. Not a lot. I mean, not like a ton. It would have been more pro Randy, but there's
Not if
just a
they're
lot of
fighting at
people
the
that,
White House, George. If it's just a
well,
regular card,
yeah, a regular card, yeah, but there's just a lot of people that gravitate towards that. You know, they I don't know. I bet you more people would root for Alex than John at any arena in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, we maybe needed that to, I wouldn't say cleanse the palate, but just to slow things down and get us ready for the main event.
Mm-hmm.
That's an ass whooping, man. 9th title defense, folks. This is pretty historical, man. I think this is the most title defenses of any female in the UFC. Not more than Chris Cyborg, though. The belt fell off.
Could you do that dance, George?
I would throw my back out. Look at Bruce Buffer's got Skechers on now.
Yeah, he's been doing that a couple, I think this year.
He got some bad feet or something?
It's a long night. Yeah, I think just as you get older. Them NFL guys, man, none of them wear dress shoes.
She said this was going to be the hardest challenge of her life. And she also knew that Zhang Weili had a lot of power in a punch. I wanted to use my distance and my wrestling. You just shut down this athlete who we thought had a chance at you. Basically, what's next for you? He's asking her. Natalia Silva.
Be a good one.
Aaron Blanchfield. Kayla Harrison. I have a lot to think about, she said. You know who Natalia Silva is, guys?
What?
She's Pat. I said, you know who Natalia Silva is? She's basically Patty Pimblett, and Aaron Blanchfield is Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, a little bit.
And you know, the UFC sometimes likes to go for the one that pops a little bit more, and that sucks because Gaethje's a BMF. But Patty is pretty popular, and he's younger. I don't know, like I keep hearing Patty might get the shot over Justin, which is disappointing as hell. But I wonder if Natalia might, you know.
I could see Natalia maybe getting it. Especially based off of, you know, Aaron's performance. She got the finish, but she didn't really look great doing it.
She just gave her belt to Pavel Fedotov, her coach. Now that's her brother-in-law too, if I'm not mistaken, right, Goze?
Right. Are you talking about Pavel, not Gandalf,
Pavel,
right?
yeah. Huh?
Yeah. You're talking about Pavel, right?
Yeah. I wasn't talking about Moses, whoever that was in the group. He's talking to Zhang Weili. Will you go back down to 115?
I don't speak Chinese, but they're like, hell yeah. We're just waiting for the translation here.
Thanks to my fans for supporting me. I will continue to march forward.
She didn't answer the question, though.
Yeah. Everyone that's watching, I feel great. I'm fine. Is you staying at strawweight or flyweight or going down? Ask her, Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I think you can push her one more time.
Thank you. She's going to take a break, rest, and think about it. She just thanked herself. Because Zhang Weili is someone who falls but gets up. I guess she just doesn't want to commit. She understands the question. She knows English pretty good. She just doesn't want to commit to the answer.
Now do you believe her calling me Kevin is more of a believable story after the way she answered the first question?
Yeah. Yeah.
She
She's good at taking breaks, though, that's for sure. She doesn't fight very often. That's what I would have said. Cool it on the breaks. How about we check in with you next week and you can tell us, are you going to go back or does Dern need to start calling someone else out or what? Because, I mean, look, I think right now Silva and Blanchfield beat her. I might even think Furol beats her. I don't know.
All right. Main event time. Islam Makhachev minus 325. JDM comes back at plus 260. Who you got, George?
Funny you should ask. I'm going with Jack Della Maddalena.
Okay.
I think he can mitigate damage on the ground or stop certain takedowns from getting to the ground and outstrike Islam Makhachev. I think Islam Makhachev is phenomenal, of course. And he may prove me wrong and get a front choke in round one, and I got to eat crow. But I think Jack is really smart, man, and we're underestimating just how good he is. I think he kind of snuck in because Shavkat and Ian and some other guys just took losses, and he was the right guy at the right time, and Bilal fought a stupid game plan. I wish almost he had beaten Bilal with Bilal fighting the right game plan. Then I'd think even more of him. But that's not his fault. And every time Bilal kind of tried to like get back to what he wanted to do and impose, Jack Della Maddalena was right there. I think Islam Makhachev might start the tire against the bigger guy in the later rounds. And Jack Della Maddalena doesn't look like he's gonna stop at all. So I'm gonna go for the upset here.
Okay. My staff pick was Islam Makhachev. And it basically came down to, I don't want to pick against this guy anymore, ever. I see a lot of things that Jack can do in this fight. I do think he's very underrated. We just saw a fight right now where the bigger fighter not just won because they were bigger, but that had a big part in that fight. I'm going to switch. I'm going to go with you too. I'm going to go Jack Della Maddalena. I don't know why I'm doing. I said I'd never do this again. Let's see. What round? George, pick a round. You think it's a finish?
If there is, it's in 4 or 5. It's going to take a while to beat someone like Islam for sure.
He's been rocked before, though.
I know. There was a few moments here and there in the Poirier fight, that I thought the fight might turn. It didn't. Islam always dug deep, but those 15 pounds have to make a difference. I just have to believe that. And we just got a perfect blueprint right now with Valentina. I think the world is Zhang Weili, and she got shut down. Plus, who wants to lay all those odds on Makhachev? The Wellmaker fight. Thank God I had no part in that. I like Wellmaker too.
What do you think Dylan Dennis is right now?
I don't know, because he may have just gotten jumped. So either way, I think everyone's out of the arena, but I don't think anyone's in jail. Only if you struck a cop, then the cop grabs you and escorts you out, and then you're in some big trouble. But if they just broke it up, I think nowadays, have you ever seen some of the fights at the NFL or stadiums where security's just kind of like, let them fight?
Dude, they take a long time to get there,
yeah,
huh?
Once they get in there, then it's like, all right, let's lead everyone away. But sometimes they'll just sit there and let them, I don't know if that has to do with they don't want to get sued or whatever. You got other people there, and if you start manhandling someone and they land on top of a kid or fall down the stairs. So I think they just let you sort it out, or at least get in between maybe, but they don't really put too much hands on you until the cops come.
Mm-hmm.
Goze, I'm up $98. I made a comeback.
That's good.
I think I'm going to put it all on Jack Della Maddalena.
What does that pay if you win?
$230. Yeah, I'm not even going to mess with the over-under. That way not to sweat front chokes and eye pokes or whatever. I just give me a winner. I'll roll the dice with the Aussie. I wish the Aussie had a little bit more fire, but still, he's 8-0 in the UFC.
We haven't done too bad. You've done pretty good with your picks tonight.
I started off poor, but I made a comeback. I like Khabib, though. I don't like going against Khabib's team.
Because there's hardly ever anything to go off of. They're always prepared. It's not like this dude was at Dave and Buster's 5 nights a week drinking or something, like all they do is train, man. That's all. They're always prepared for every fight. They don't have very many deficiencies. If anything, you point at their striking, but Islam's striking's actually not that bad.
You know who I really enjoyed watching fight was Anderson Silva, but it got to a point where I tuned in and part of me just wanted him to lose. But it's not because I disliked him. It's just, I guess, as humans, you're like, let's see someone else, or maybe the person gets too big for their britches. I don't know. I'm not accusing Islam of that at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, man. I really thought Bilal after like round 3 or 4, I thought he was figuring it out, settling down, and he was going to come out with his hand raised. And Jack Della Maddalena had the dog in him to continue fighting. And so Bilal would have to fight like Bilal usually does, starting on round 1. And he started too late. But even when he did, Jack Della Maddalena checked him. So I don't know. I have a lot of respect for that.
You know what selfish me wants? Selfish me would like to see an underdog like JDM defend his title in Perth. I think he deserves something like that. Here comes Islam. The crowd's giving him a nice pop. If you're new to our sport, the guy behind him is also a badass. You might know him as Coach Habib.
Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Oh, shit.
The latest odds that I saw were Jack Della. Oh wow, dessert. Thank you. Can I have a napkin, please? Thank you. Laura, I don't care what Brian says. You're okay in my book.
She gave us, I was going to kind of be a dick. She gave us chocolate covered strawberries. Yeah. And I was going to ask her to feed it to me just because it looked ridiculous on camera. But
wait, you already had yours?
She just walked in right now with it.
So she walked all the way past me, went to you, and then she remembered, oh my God, I forgot George. She came back down.
I get to pick first.
So that's this.
You got the first one on the. I heard the thank you when it was a quesadilla.
But it makes sense. I'm downstairs.
Yeah, but I didn't get mine for a while. That means you got yours first.
That means the first time she went up, she went, "This is all for me, Brian, and Yogi." Then when she was up there, he said, "Did you get one of George?" She goes, "Oh my God, I forgot." Then she came back down. Probably. These are delicious. Thank you. Or are you taking some to work or? No.
I think Islam could have done a little better with his custom shorts. Those are like the Raisin brand of shorts, I think. Lights go out. JDM about to walk out.
Cool song.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that face.
I can't even tell if he's scowling. He's just always got that face.
He should be in movies.
How scared would you be if you were a stand-up comedian and you looked in the audience and JDM and the guy to his right are in the audience? You're just like, man, them two guys ain't gonna fucking laugh at anything.
I don't know, but if they start heckling, I'd say that's it for me tonight, folks. I'm out. I ain't gonna make fun of them.
One of the funniest things when we're doing these watch-alongs, I wish the audience could see this, but when Laura walks into the room, seeing the little dog after her, like his little strut, is just funny, dude. He's got a little mission every time. Is this one of the quicker pay-per-views we've had in a while?
Kind of.
We're at 9:22, right? Yeah. Main event time. Thank you to everybody who joined us tonight. Don't forget, George and I, we do MMA Junkie Radio. We also have a live show on Mondays. It's Spinning Back Click. It's us two and two other people on rotation from our staff. And we cover all the latest news. Everything that happened on this card will probably be the meat and potatoes of Monday's show. It's not much else to talk about.
Yeah, really.
I'm
No,
sure
I'm sure there is, but it pales in comparison.
Yeah, I won't outshine this.
Bruce Buffer's making the introductions.
When's the last time you made that face, that look on JDM's face? When's the last time you did that?
Remember when I was prepping for my colonoscopy? Probably like on the 7th or 8th trip to the bathroom when you're just kind of like, pushing, I guess. So I don't know.
The other day I was at Sam's Club. This person ahead of me had a huge order and then couldn't find their wallet. I think that's the last time I had that look on my face.
I'll tell you who had that look on their face about 24 hours ago. So I went to Kia to get my oil changed.
Mm-hmm.
No, to inquire about that and to inquire about brakes and car and other stuff. I'll tell this real quick. But I was close by, so I just want to say, hey, do I make an appointment? Do I have any more free oil changes? What's the deal? Let's set something up. And they go, you got 2 hours? We'll do it right now. We'll do a multi-point inspection and change the oil. And I was like, usually it takes an hour. Sure. It's only an extra hour. I'm already here. And he goes, great. And he snagged the keys right out of my hand. And he goes, I'll go get your car. Where is it? And I go, no, give me that. He goes, no, I got you. And he already started trotting, and he took these big steps. Yeah. And so he was being kind. Really, I should go, why, thank you, sir, right? But right before I pulled in, I let out one of the meanest farts. Horrific, man. Even I couldn't stand it. You can usually stand your own. It was so bad that I was rolling down the windows, but not even thinking about anything else. And so I rolled it, and then I got in there, and because it was all these dark clouds, and I didn't know how long it was going to take, I just shut everything down. And as soon as he took the keys, I was like, oh, man, what's he walking into? Because it was horrific. And Sure enough, when he came back, he was a soldier. He didn't say a word, right? But I had left my coffee in there, and I just bought a Starbucks. So since I knew I was going to be gone for 2 hours, I go, I'm going to go get my coffee, And I went in there, and as soon as I did, I was still disgusted.
It was that bad?
To my own. And that was literally 10 minutes had gone by. I can't imagine what he thinks of me.
I think my move would have been, I would have pointed into the lobby and just pretended somebody was with me and went, yeah, I gave him your keys, or something like that. But
it all happened so fast. I was at a loss. I didn't know what to do. But he walked into a dark cloud. He has every right that when I walked out to say, is that guy possessed by a demon inside of him? Okay, here we go. Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam Makhachev for the UFC Welterweight title. Blue corner for Makhachev, the challenger. Red corner for Jack Della Maddalena, and Jack Della Maddalena is already throwing and swinging.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he doesn't want to just give a takedown away. He's got to make the kid earn them. But he's very athletic, too. So we'll see. We'll see if he can sprawl or if he can get out of the way. Of course, Islam's confident in his hands as well. Big Islam chant coming from the audience.
Jack's got a real tight defense, man.
Yep. Islam Makhachev, southpaw stance. Jack Della Maddalena changing it around. Right now he's an orthodox. Now he switches to southpaw. Front kick misses for Islam Makhachev. A jab to the body and a jab to the head lands for Jack Della Maddalena, JDM. Herb Dean, the third man in the octagon. 4:05 left here in round one. Ooh. Oh, they're swinging. They're touching each other. Nothing really connected, but they're touching. They're glancing. Oh, Islam goes for the leg. He's trying to get that leg out. He does. He gets a trip. He's got the takedown in the center of the octagon. There's 3:49 left here in round one. He's on top. He's already squeezing hard on Makhachev. I think he's just trying to get positioning. He's within a half guard of JDM. Let's see if all that training with Craig Jones and other wrestlers pays off for JDM, because he's right in a spot where he does not want to be.
I mean, if Islam gets this victory, it's obviously going to be huge. But if he were to get it like this easily, man, his star, he would just erupt. You knew he was going to do this, though. I mean, he'd be dumb not to. That's his bread and butter.
Yeah.
Jack can win a little mini battle, though. If he could somehow find a way to get back up on his feet, I think that'll be something to look out for.
Islam Makhachev still on top, 2:56 left in round one. Similar to Valentina Shevchenko, he hasn't postured up and landed the vicious elbows or punches, right, where you can really start to cause damage. That's one thing John Jones is exceptional at. Once he gets going, it's one nightmare after the next with him. Islam's more about the control, not giving up the position. Jack Della Maddalena right now trying to bridge with one of his legs and get up, and he does. Oh, he starts to, but Islam swarms him. But then a scramble's created, and now he takes his back, but Jack Della Maddalena is on his feet. Islam's still trying to drag him down. Jack on all fours right now, like a bear. He's getting close to the fence, and remember, that's where Volk was really, really good at defending, but he might have gotten his neck exposed. Islam he was trying to flatten him out, but he didn't. Now Jack Della Maddalena turns into him. He's back into side control with 1:56 left, and they're back to the position that started all this. So it goes. Great that Jack created a scramble, but great for Islam to ride it out and still maintain the position.
I think there were parts in that scramble where Islam realized this is just a bigger dude, where if somebody I could for sure keep in this position, I think he felt a little bit of that size disadvantage. But props to him for still completing it and keeping Jack down. That's a mini battle won in his favor. 1:26 left in round one, though.
Yeah,
Jack Della Maddalena probably going to end up losing this round. I don't think they're going to leave this position.
But there's not a 10-8 in play. We can say that. And Jack looks composed on the bottom. He doesn't look like he's in a panic of any kind. I don't think he's as seasoned as Volkanovski, but Volkanovski also, remember, he didn't get finished by Makhachev in the first fight. That's the one he was well trained for by the same guy, Craig Jones. There's 48 seconds here left in round one. He's cradling Jack Della Maddalena's head, trying to threaten with a bunch of different submission chokes. One looks almost like a guillotine, but Jack fought it with two hands. Now he's out. Now Jack's trying to turn into him and get up. Makhachev stuffs him. 28 seconds left here in round one. Still on top, still in half guard. Shoulder shrugging from the top. Jack looks at the clock, I think, just to realize how long he has to survive this and probably start all over in round two.
Pretty good Islam Makhachev round.
Yep. And now Makhachev's kind of on top, like he wants to posture up. Della Maddalena's, oh, he can't kick him. He can't kick him in the face because Makhachev's knee's on the ground. Now, Herb's giving him a warning, and I think all's well, but he needs to realize he couldn't do that. At first, he was kicking the body, but then it became an illegal strike. Habib telling Herb, hey, you know, watch that.
10-9 Islam. Easy, right?
Okay, he's telling him, use your jab, move your feet. You knew this was going to come, but you survived. DC's showing how Islam got that single and how he got him down.
He's so good at timing and just baiting his opponent.
Yeah. It was really a simple grab of the leg, and then it was all technique, torque, leverage. Herb, I think, is warning Jack Della Maddalena about that kick there from the bottom. Because Islam clearly had a knee down. Round two's underway. Goes, I'm at 455, 54, 53, 52. How about you?
Same.
Okay. Leg kicks exchanged by both guys. One way to stop Della Maddalena's boxing goes is to just take him down.
Yeah. And, you know, that real tight defense that he has, two things. One, your punches take longer to get to where they need to go. But two, his arms aren't there really to defend those takedowns, grabbing his legs and stuff like that.
And he just threw a kick, and Islam caught it so easy. I thought he was going to do the same thing, rinse and repeat. Jerk the leg, twist the body, kick the other leg from out under him, and then wind up on top. And he would have done it with over 4 minutes left. Della Maddalena wound up getting out of it. Islam Makhachev just went high on a kick, doesn't get it, but now he's got his arms wrapped around Della Maddalena against the fence with 4 minutes left here in round two. Jack's got one overhook on one arm, and he's fighting the other hand to see if he can control it. Islam's going to kick the legs. Oh, and now Della Maddalena goes for a hip toss, but because of the whizzer, Islam Makhachev winds up on top. And now there's 3:40 left here in round two. Makhachev's on top. They're in like a 69 position. Let's see what can happen here to free things up.
I think Yogi was motivated by your Kia story right now because he just a horrific one.
Okay, now Islam's on top. He's in almost like a side control. He's still within the half guard, but he snuck in one nice elbow. Jack Della Maddalena is trying to use two of his hands to control the free hand that Islam Makhachev has. Islam Makhachev on top. He's a little bit more exciting than Valentina in this position just because he's occasionally posturing up and trying to throw some big punches. But it's very similar to what Valentina Shevchenko just did in the previous fight.
He's drowning JDM right now. What I love about Islam is he does just enough striking, but it's always to set up his takedowns.
Yep.
And when he gets his takedowns, he does the best he can with it, you know?
And he's right in the corner in front of his coaches, Javier Mendez and Habib Nurmagomedov. They can hear it all. They can tell him how much time's left, what to do. Jack Della Maddalena's against the fence, but he's just more in survive mode. He hasn't really attempted to get up. The only thing I can think of is he's just willing to give the round away to start on his feet again, but he's not risking getting put in a bad compromising position where next thing you know, he's getting choked out. Shoulder strikes from Islam Makhachev. Again, Islam's just, he doesn't want space between his chest and Jack Della Maddalena's chest. When he does posture, he does drop a few elbows, but it's very rare. Okay, Jack Della Maddalena was starting to sit up a little bit, but now he's in the center of the octagon. He's unsuccessful, and Islam Makhachev still on top. 120 left in round 2. Still in a half guard position, still on top, shoulder shrugs. Not much improvement to the position, not really a threat from any submission at all. I think he's content to just be on top. Maybe the 10-9 is just as important. Goes 2018 is quite a hole because now the champ has to win all 3 remaining rounds.
Yeah.
Fans are starting to boo a little bit. They got spoiled. They got back-to-back nickel, Cortez, Michael Morales, all with great vicious KOs. Then things slow down a little bit. Hell, even BSD. I forgot about him. So it was 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's some elbows. 20 seconds left in round 2. Oh, now he's going in the front position. Remember, he's dangerous with these front chokes. There's not going to be enough time, though. Jack Della Maddalena does get to his feet. Makhachev delivers a nice knee to the solar plexus.
Cardio, man. It's going to come into play here later on in this fight.
It is. I agree. Okay, Herb steps in. That's the end of that round. Jack does not look demoralized. He just looks concerned. The coach keeps telling Jack Della Maddalena, you're not moving your feet. You're stuck in the mud, he's telling him. Fast jabs, movement. Fast jabs, movement. I don't know what he just told him. Oh, no, that was Javier, huh? I thought it was Craig Jones talking. Okay, Javier's telling him, you gave me 2 amazing rounds, give me 3 more. I was like, what happened to Craig Jones's Australian accent? All right, round 3 is about to begin. Here we go. Both southpaw position right now, fighters. That's where you'll see them most of the time. Herb with the nice little trot out of the way. You know who's got the laziest trot ever, Goes?
Yeah. Ron Frazier.
No.
Who?
Christopher Walken in the movie Wedding Crashers.
Oh, yeah.
At the flag football game or the touch football game?
Is that low?
Everyone's scoring it for Islam 2018, including Macy Barber. We've kind of forgotten about her. She's a flyweight too, but she's got those health issues and she hasn't fought in a long time. Although I think she's got a fight booked.
Yeah, she does.
Not much to report here, folks. 403, 402, 401, 4 minutes left in round 3. They really haven't even touched each other, which maybe is good for Jack Della Maddalena. I see him raise that leg, and I'm like, watch out. That guy's good at grabbing him. Islam now throwing a few leg kicks. One straight to the stomach, one to the calf. I think Jack should just forget about that and throw some hands. Jack does throw an overhand right, partially lands. Islam with a couple of nice punches. Then he feints like he wants to go for a takedown. Oh, some good punches to the body by Jack Della Maddalena. Islam answers with a nice knee of his own. Jack with a jab to the stomach. Islam with a nice kick to the calf. And there it is. The well-timed takedown. It was just a matter of time. I mean, it was fast. It was fast, folks. There was no time to sprawl. He didn't even, I mean, he put him down quick. And now he's working on a choke, kind of like the guillotine a little bit, except from the side. Jack gets out of that mess. He's still in half guard on the bottom.
This guy's so good, dude.
2:35 left here in round 3. Looks like my $98 is slowly going out the window. And the boos are coming in from the crowd. Islam driving a shoulder underneath the chin of Jack. He's still in half guard. Now he's trying to free the leg up. Maybe he wants to advance. He does have an underhook underneath one of Jack's arms. 2 of them. But again, Islam's not creating damage. He's just dominating. But this one happens. Well, no, I guess it didn't happen that early, Goze. I was going to say, one of these is going to wind up being a 10-8. Just because judges be tripping.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think I've seen one yet because there hasn't been the damage. But
no,
a lot of duration and dominance.
Jack needs to be better, though, about doing the little things from the bottom.
But every time he does that, Islam threatens with a choke. And look at him right there, trying to get that, his left arm underneath his chin right there. Jack's fighting that arm off. Islam back on top. A little bit of ground and pound with some punches. Here's some elbows. 57 seconds left in round 3. This is not an exciting fight. The bonuses are not being threatened. But it's dominant, and it's impressive, and it's historical because Makhachev is on his way to winning a possible second title here. Now he's in side control. Oh, no. Jack regained half guard. It would have been interesting to see what he offers from the side control position.
It's just Islam is so relentless that it doesn't give him time to really do anything. He's either fighting off a choke or he's fighting off the next advancement or he's defending himself. The pace is incredible.
10 seconds left. Oh, did he just drop an elbow on his spine? Now he's going for a choke. Oh, he doesn't get it. And even in the scramble, the bigger guy's losing. A testament to the strength of Islam Makhachev. No half guard, he's telling them. The whole camp we said no half guard. You're sitting in half guard. We're down 3-0, and we have 10 minutes left. You got to put hands on them, and you got to move your feet. Don't be overruled by this guy. You got 10 minutes to finish this guy. Joe Rogan saying they're not giving him much technical advice at all.
I don't know. You think he's got some magic in him, or you think it's going to be rinse and repeat round 4 and 5? He's got to have a moment, right?
I was more impressed with Dustin Poirier at this point. And he's a 155er. And this guy, why is he throwing that kick? That kick does nothing. That kick might. So he threw one to the legs, one to the head. Both landed, but they didn't have much impact. But the coach is very specific. He goes, throw your hands.
Yeah, the leg kicks aren't doing anything. And he's throwing them half-assed, so.
That's another thing. Yeah, it's not like he's Roman Kopylov. They're really slow right now. Somebody got warmed for the fingers. By the time he said it, they both had fists. Kick to the body by Makhachev. 4:10 left in round 4. Jack not throwing hands. He feints a kick, switches stances.
I don't understand, George. Like, does he not know who he's in there with? Even when he feinted that kick, he basically invited him to grab his leg. Like, don't give this guy an inch.
See how Islam on him. Watch Islam's feet. See how he's creeping and creeping? Mm-hmm. Those little inches are going to make the difference when he explodes and takes him down right now.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's why they want him to move a little more lateral. There you go, like how he is now. And Jack's not making him pay. See, he's getting too close. And there it is. There's the takedown. Jack can't stop it. And Jack can't do anything on the ground. And they told him, get out of half guard. Well, two fights that are very similar. In the first one, the bigger fighter held serve, went home with the title. In the second fight, the smaller guy is the one that's dominating.
Mm-hmm. Really dominating. I mean, Jack hasn't had very many moments at all. Isn't it weird how on paper this card was amazing? The fights playing out itself, especially main and co-main, just haven't been great.
Islam just took his back, got both hooks in. Now he's got a body triangle on him. There's 2:22 left here in round 4. Jack Della Maddalena definitely fighting the hands. Oh, one arm's almost trapped, like BJ Penn. He's only going to have one arm to defend this choke now. Nice trap by Islam Makhachev. Jack's only got one hand to defend this rear naked choke. Mm-hmm. Oh, now it's free. It's free. Islam on top in half guard. 153 left in round 4. Jack has no answers. Okay, Goze. So I got to start asking you, can he do this against Shavkat? Can he do this against Kamaru Usman? I mean, he's already proven, he's a good welterweight. He's about to win a title.
I don't think he can do this to Kamaru Usman.
I think you might be right. Not the one I saw against Buckley. But I think he could do it to Pratis. I think he could do it to... Well, that wild card is still Michael Morales, man. Michael Morales was pretty special tonight because it would be hard to cover a lot of that distance on Morales,
Mm-hmm.
Dean Thomas critiquing the half guard defense of Jack Della Maddalena.
It's a little bit of, he's kind of in survival mode now, it seems like.
Islam trying to go for Kimura. Unfortunately, Jack may wind up being a one-hit wonder, Goze. Now, what I mean by that is just, won the title, no title defense. Obviously, I think he's a great fighter, but a lot of champions haven't been able to defend the title.
He just ran into a freight train, dude.
Yeah.
A lot of people are going to point to this and say he wasn't as good as we thought. I think that's wrong. I think he is a good fighter, but he ran into a freight train tonight.
You have to get after this cunt. hit him in the body and then smash him in the face. He goes, you got to take risks.
But see, the advice, I get it, but the question is how? How do I get there? Because I don't think anybody doubts that that's what he wants to do. Of course, that's what he wants to do. How does he do it, though? I think that's what the coach needs to tell him.
Yeah. Well, for one, I think he has to have his hands a little lower.
I think so,
that
too.
way, when Makhachev does explode, he has a chance to at least get under, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Look, right now he's too upright and he's too close. Right there. Yep. Too upright and too close. Yeah, there you go. You need to be bouncing a little bit. No.
And he's got to commit to whatever.
There you go.
You got to commit to whatever you're doing. Don't go in there half-ass, because
what a painful
too quick
title fight to watch, man. I would be hailing a cab right now. That's it. Let's get to the clubs.
Beat the traffic.
Yeah, this is. Oh boy. And now he's attacking with a Kimura. Okay, Jack gets out of that. He tries to turn around. Now he needs to use that top leg to frame, create some distance. He has to be careful he also doesn't get his back taken.
Those back of the
head, yeah. They're not hard strikes, but he should be told.
Islam's just on top right now, controlling JDM. I mean, it's big brother, little brother. Only little brother's doing big brother stuff.
My gosh. I mean, because what I don't like is it's a lot of it's just a wet blanket too. Like, this isn't an exciting fight. I'm sorry. It's a dominant fight, and I can appreciate how good he is. There you go. Now he's getting some strikes going. This guy's got nothing for you. Try and finish him. And if you can't do it via the submission, ground and pound. The overhit, because we're at 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. It was 4.5 rounds. Fans are booing. Let's see if he postures up and tries to throw some punches. He's just controlling him, Goze. Okay, now he cleared the position. He's trying to maybe get in the half guard. Now he's trying to go for a choke. Jackson's some pain, Goze. Something's happening.
That's been going on all fight. He's been
grimacing a lot.
Been wincing and grimacing the whole fight.
Maybe he's only 50%.
It looks like to me
a rib.
Yeah, I was gonna say a rib.
Okay, now Islam's trying to go for a choke. Let's see if he gets him. North south, he lets it go. Still a minute 12 left. Jack's a dog in that regard. He could have just said, all right, you got me. But either way, I mean, look, it's impressive that Islam can do that, but why doesn't Islam try to strike, Goze? Not on the feet, but just like ground and pound.
I don't know. You know, it could be that he just wants to make sure he gets that belt, and maybe once he has the belt around his waist, maybe his mindset changes a little bit. But
I mean, he's up 4-0. The submissions aren't going anywhere.
I'll tell you this much though: pretend I'm Islam, you're still my brother. You'd probably be telling me to do this, right? You just be like, "Hey, man, just get that belt. Let's get out of here."
Maybe. Okay, I got a question for you, Goze. Is he now the number 1 pound for pound fighter? He's trailing Alexander or Ilia Topuria, and Ilia Topuria smashes everyone. Leaves no doubt. Well, so did this is a smashing too, but I'm talking about the finish. Remember, we got to split hairs when we talk about the greats.
Yeah.
I don't know if this was enough to overtake him. It's just flat right now, the atmosphere at MSG.
One thing you're going to want to look at, I think, when you're playing this game, there is a difference between going 10 pounds and 15 pounds, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a big deal. There's also a big deal having a 0 next to your name, right?
Yeah. It's still Topuria, I think.
Might be. I don't know. Yeah.
There you go. I like that highlight right there with that bashing of the forearm. Because that's also a display of your tool set, all the different things that you can do, your ability to leave no doubt. Of course, this wasn't a controversial decision or anything like that, but we're talking about great fighters who do great things. And this was I don't know, this was dominant. It was nice, but Hasbullah's there? Did you see him?
I didn't see him.
Yeah, I saw him in there. Watch when they take the team picture. Habib's a moose, man. He just picks him up like nothing. That's a heavy dude and heavy belts.
Did Bruce fumble that?
Why?
Didn't he say and still?
No, he said I knew.
Oh.
Because he's the new welterweight champ.
Man, that's massive right there. 2 belts. I didn't think you could get it done that easy.
He says, this is a dream. All my life I've wanted these 2 belts. Says he's really happy. The belts are heavy, but I like it. I worked hard for this moment. You see Hasbullah to the left? To the left of the screen, you'll see him. Where the 15 pounds of difference.
Yeah.
I can go a strong 5 rounds. I can do whatever I want. What was the game plan? Did it follow to a T? What did Joe think was the game plan? He thought that he showed up to strike and then all of a sudden saw these wrestling openings. When would you like to defend again? Open the White House. I'm coming. Who though, fool? Okay, Goze. Tell me if you agree with what I'm about to say.
It's gonna be crazy, huh?
No, some people are gonna think it, but watch this. You ready?
Sure.
The greatest lightweight ever is still Khabib. He had one less title defense than Islam, but he never lost. Islam had 4 title defenses, but 2 were to a featherweight technically. One was on 10 days notice, and then the other one was Renato Moicano, who was on 48 hours notice or something like that.
Right.
So, I'm nitpicking here, but that's what you do, right? So I still give it to Khabib. The best Dagestani fighter ever might be Makhachev. Now, I know you might all say, if you're not even giving him the best lightweight in the world, how's he? Well, because he won the second title, something right. Khabib didn't do. The other one is just a 155 resume versus the other 155 resume. This is an overall resume. So I think the greatest Dagestani fighter, or Abubakar Nurmagomedov fighter, is Islam Makhachev. Mm-hmm. The best pound-for-pound fighter currently right now, I think, is Ilia Topuria. He can match 2 titles in 2 different weight classes. He doesn't have the title defenses that Makhachev has, but he's a finisher in both title fights, and he's never lost.
Good as bull. What the hell's he doing? Okay, I can agree. I need to think about this Topuria thing a little bit more, but I can agree with what I get what you're saying, and I believe a lot of that too. Let me ask you this much.
Postali.
Let me ask you this much.
Yeah.
What would have happened if Islam fought Khabib?
Oh my God.
Who would you put your money on?
I believe it or not, I really liked how explosive. I think Khabib would have finished JDM. How's that? I think Khabib would have finished. He's a little bit more of a risk taker. He seems a little bit stronger, so I would like Khabib versus Islam. I would take him.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah, Khabib he had a motor. He was very strong. He had a motor. You really didn't get clean shots in on him. I don't know, man. And then the mental game, he's a 10, and Makhachev's probably like a 9.8. But yeah, man, I don't know. We're going to discuss a lot of these things on Spinning Back Click on Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and on Junkie Radio twice a week at your favorite podcast platform. You can catch myself and Goze talking about the latest news. Our last show included. Wow, that was cool. Some guy gave him a hat. Makhachev found a Sharpie, signed it, and then even wound up throwing it back to the guy. I thought he was giving them to him as a gift. Yeah, so the podcast you can catch there. Our last podcast had Daniel Cormier, Sean Brady, Tracy Cortez, and Bo Nickel. It was episode number 3618. And again, Spinning Back Click here on this channel, youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video. Check it out. Noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. It's live every Monday, and it's a good show. Goze, any final words?
And look, a lot of these fights meant something. I think that's really important. They weren't the greatest of fights, but overall, the product was good tonight. I'm glad we were here.
Fight, right?
Glad I stayed home. What?
The title fights, to be clear, weren't that good.
Right.
The other fights were awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, good night of fights, and man, just some historic things happening.
Yeah. Agreed. All right, folks. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. Remember, as soon as we go off, a new stream is going to start here on YouTube. That's why I say subscribe. You just hang back and drink your beers and eat your food. Hang back and let us do the work. We're going to dip out. on this same channel, a new stream is going to fire up, and it's going to be the UFC 322 post-fight press conference. I'm sure you'll have Dana White there and a few of the winners from this card and their reactions to what just transpired. And yeah, that's it for now. Go out and be a champion. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon. Congrats again to Islam Makhachev and Valentina Shevchenko.